I didn't know what it was. I don't know why the music is so loud. My desktop audio is at half, and the music itself, I'll see if I can show it to you. I think I have shown it before, but but the music is down here. Do you see? Oh, you probably don't. The music is right down there in terms of volume. It's less than a third the volume, I think. Um, and like I said, and my desktop audio is at halfway, and then my computer volume is really far down. Like it is like a I don't know how to describe it without showing you a picture. And I'm kind of low. Hello? Am I loud now? No stream is complete without scuff, indeed. Welcome, Ms. McCormack. Yes, you're loud. Problematically loud or properly loud? Well, I don't know if you heard a dang thing I said. And my computer buzz. Yeah, I believe that. I don't know if you heard what I'm saying, so I mean, maybe that answers it. Then my mic itself is really quiet, but I think I have shown you before. Thank you, a new subscriber. But the volume is way down here on the actual soundtrack. Oop, go over here first. And then my desktop audio is at halfway. And then my computer volume, I'll take a... Huh. I guess it doesn't let me screenshot while I'm streaming? There we go. It did. It let me. And then my actual computer volume is like that. That's in the Discord. So I don't know what in the world makes it so loud. I don't know if the desktop audio itself is just so unbelievably loud that I need to put the desktop audio super low. But yeah, like it be cray cray. Thank you for the cheer, Mako, and Deathshead, and Ghoulish Yeebits. Oh, he said Yeetsbits, not Yeebits. Yeetsbits at train. Love it. Love it. But I was saying when I arrived that I love the attitudes at the beginning here because, oh, it kind of went away, but, oh, there it is now. Ghoulish went add flails at cyberspace, and I assume that was meant to be like, I'm mad at the ad, but flailing conjures to mind like this to me, and so I'm just imagining angry flailing. I'm so angry at you. How dare you, cyberspace? And then Reinkarnitor comes in like, wee! And so I just imagine Rink like actually flailing, actual wee, and then Norman over here goes, "We indeed," and slides some bits across the table. Oh, I love it. Regular audio level, to be honest, what my my single pixel of volume on my computer. Hi, you. You're getting picked up. You're getting picked up, yes you are. Oh, sneezy cat. Norman, it's fine. I turned my volume back down. I'll be alright, he says, visibly shaking. Thank you for the subscription, Eddie. Oh no! Eddie, another like double 3-minute long ads to let me know that my sub ran out. Anyway, have my monthly tribute in Bezos books. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you sitting through the ads. Somebody remind me during the week to check it, but I turned off. I did what Twitch recommends. I turned off the pre-rolls and run 3-minute ads, so you shouldn't be getting doubles of them. But I don't know. Thank you for the subscription, Mako. Thank you, Marx. Yeah, keep it going. We're at level 3. That's awesome. Goblin Jam. That's a perfect one. Yes, wacky waving inflatable Tomb Man. Exactly. Thank you again, Mako, for the cheer. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Deathshead. Let's unlock all the Encores before we even know what they are. Heck yeah, that sounds great. Well, I think you have 2 unlocked right now, which is already awesome. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. We're almost to level 4. Have we ever been to level 4 before? Thank you, Marx. Oh, you guys, this is awesome. Norman, every time I see a wacky tube man, I think to myself, somebody invented that. Somebody stuck a tube in a fan, drew a face on it, and probably made millions of dollars. Well, I mean, it makes sense, right? You see a fan, you feel like that could inflate something and make it wave around. I feel like that's one of the more sensical inventions out there. Jam made of goblins does not sound tasty. It does not. Thank you, Deathshead. We have stopped short. Deathshead is tapped. Very fair. Better than the guy who invented the pet rock, indeed. Only 5% left to go. Hello, Drago. I'm really glad that you're alive. That sounded like really horrifying stuff that you went through this week. So I'm glad that you're okay. Thank you, Ghoulish. Did we do it? We did it. We got to level 4. That's awesome. Hi, the kitties. Amazing. Oh, I was gonna say we're really close to 3, but I guess we're not. Thank you for the cheer, Danica. I'll toss my remaining trade and retreat for the night. Aw, stupid flu. I'm sorry to hear that you have the flu. We have been to number 4 before. Gotcha. Is that little checkered line where we've been before? I feel like we're getting close to that checkered line. I feel like we could do it. Thank you, Ghoulish. This isn't how I die, exactly. Morbidly fitting. I guess the whole prompt is a little bit morbid, but... Thank you, Ghoulish. Danica. I'll see about refilling my coffers. I appreciate it, Stetson. And don't stretch yourself, you know, if... Oh, all-time record shattered! We did it! Yay! Okay, so that checkered line was the thing. Le push. Thank you, Mako. Ah, that's awesome. And now you can see that I did recolor some of the moths. Not by a lot, and I'm wondering if the colors fit now that I'm looking at it like this. But yeah, I tried. The problem is that I can't make the colors all that different because the only options are like purple and orange. Purple, yellow, orange, and pink. Because I tried to do green. I was like, yeah, like there's a little bit of green in like the boxes and stuff. And it looked disgusting. It looked horrible. So I might try and replicate the orange moths in the middle here a little bit better next time. But yeah, I tried. Basically, I reversed one of them, so the number 3 is the same as it was before. Number 1 flipped the yellow and pink, and then actually the middle's a little bit purple. And then the other two I made orange, or not orange, purple and yellow instead of pink, and it creates a really pretty orange. I do really like those colors, but I don't know if it really works with this. Ah, thank you so much, Deathshead. You succeeded in refilling those coffers. I really appreciate that. 249 bits for Encore 3. Can we get it? That's the spirit. Gula says, I like it. It's like sunset colors. Yes, indeed, it is. The other thing about these moths is like the gradient. I really like these gradients, but if the colors are too similar, there won't be a gradient. And if the colors are different enough, it'll just be brown in the middle. And so I have to find colors that work well together and blend, that both stand out, but also blend well together and fit with the background. And so that really limits my options of what colors will look good. Thank you, Norman. Norman gave us the exact amount. So we are at 6,000. We are at Encore 3. That is awesome to hear. Thank you all so much. Unlocking almost all of the Encores before we even get started. Oh, gosh! Another 1,000 comes. Oh, thank you all so much. And there's Hype Train to level 5. Norman, holy moly, y'all need to calm down. I disagree. I think they are just the right amount of hype. Oh, really appreciate that. Fantastic. Great to hear. Yeah, now we need to kick it into overdrive. Can we get all the way to 4? Oh, yes, that's the spirit. Unlock all of them before we even get the list. Yes. Well, let's start the countdown. Why don't I start doing my little intro, and there, this will be your countdown for getting them all unlocked before you hear what they are. Thank you, Reinkarnitor. Alright, so if you are new here, the hype is off the charts today, which is not normal, but extremely pleasant and welcome. But here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering, as everyone has so wonderfully displayed. Thank you for the cheer, Norman. If you would like to be a guaranteed person, let me tell you how to do that. We have the $3 tier, the Bookworm tier. That gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions for the weekly polls. And then you get some emoji. The Cocooned in Silk tier, the $5 tier, which is also on Twitch, gives you access to all those things. You can submit 3 submissions, and you can submit 6-word prompts. And then you're also a guaranteed submission, so you'll be in the guaranteed section when you post. Then the Transform 1 tier, the $10 tier, that gives you access to all those things. And then you can submit 4 submissions, 7-word prompts, and the first prompt that you submit automatically goes directly to the poll, provided there are no issues with it. And you can have a universe tag, for your ongoing universe if you so desire. But make sure that you tag or DM me to receive that. And then, of course, they all get more emojis than the last. So, yes. And the transformed one is also on... is also on Twitch. to give you guys a little more, to buy you guys a little more time to cheer before I announce the prompt. I'll let you know. Today, as this event says, is the last day to submit for the spring contest. So make sure, that you participate in that event, that you say you're interested in that event to get, well, I was going to say to get notified when the deadline is reached. It won't notify you. I don't know how to do it other than just to have it that when the deadline is reached, that's when the event ends, because I don't think there's any way to be like, deadline ping, other than me, oh, poop, I did show it, whoops. But I'll close it for now, even though you already saw it. But I'm all frazzled by that. I'm so sad that I accidentally did that. So yes, if you have not posted your spring contest story yet, then make sure that you do so today. I extended the deadline a little bit, so instead of ending at midnight tonight, it will end at 7 a.m. Sunday morning. I was like, midnight is a nice, round number is a nice, oh, we have a hype chest. Such strong support. Yes, indeed. It's a lot of strong support. I don't know if I like that emote I got, but I like the support I got. Yeah, so I was like, well, like, I'm not gonna be looking at the stories, right after midnight or anything. I'm gonna be in bed, and lots of people are gonna be in bed. And so those who are not in bed are gonna be the people crunch timing and finishing up their stories. So why not give them the crunch time? So yeah, it's 7 a.m. on Sunday is the deadline. So as long as you say you're interested in that event, once that event goes away, then that will be when the deadline is reached. So yeah, make sure you post your stories. Kika? Oh yeah, you want the throne. Oh, let me get his box. But yeah, so our prompt for this week was, "This isn't how I die." Very dramatic, very interesting. And our list, though you have seen it, is for our guaranteed, we have MasaCur, CM Willer, Reinkarnitor, and Marx. And then for our Encores, we have EnTangled, Joe, Steven, and Spectre. And as far as I know, all three of EnTangled, Joe, and Steven have already been unlocked. But Spectre's story is wonderful as well, and so I would really appreciate if you guys are able to unlock it as well, though you already have given plenty of support, and so I totally understand if you're not able to do that. Thank you so much, Ghoulish. Really appreciate it. You have a little left in your reserve for cheering for the stories. Fair, so we may get there, depending on how much is in the reserve. Good. Also, if I don't cheer for a story or didn't in the past, most likely I forgot like a silly goose. Fair. There you go. My hours are low the last couple of weeks. Gonna have to chill if I want anything for next week. Very fair. Apparently Prime subs also count for being a hype train conductor. Huh. Interesting. Death said, "Oh, we will unlock Spectre. It's only a matter of time." This isn't how he dies. He will live this day. Is there a way to support other than Discord that doesn't give Jeff Bezos anything? Yeah, I think it's just Discord. If, like, I haven't created a Patreon because, and I don't know if Patreon is connected to Amazon. Amazon's got its sticky fingers in everything, so I don't know if there's a finger in the pie of Patreon. But I haven't set up a Patreon because I was just like, well, it's just going to be exactly the same as Twitch and Discord right now, and that's going to be, it's just going to be like an extra step. And so but if you guys are like, no, like, I don't support, and I would support if you did it on Patreon, or I would really prefer to support on Patreon, let me know, and maybe I can set that up. I just didn't feel like enough people would choose it over other stuff to warrant making a whole new thing. But if it's worth it, I'll do it, so, let me know if it's worth it. It's not, pretty sure at least. Gotcha. Alrighty, Rue. Well, we have got... I think Patreon might be good, given some of the moves Discord is making lately. I'd be tempted to switch support to there. That's fair. Oh yeah, that's a good point, though, yeah. Okay, but, so Twitch has Discord integration, yeah, so you guys who are subscribed on Twitch, you can still... be integrated on Discord. I want to say that Patreon has Discord integration, but I'm not sure. Yeah, and some people from other countries have trouble making payments through Discord. Fair. Hello, Decoy. Alrighty, Rue. Well, we sufficiently have the energy up to start this stream. Let us officially begin with Masa's story. The Shopping Trip. My Life with an Idiot Lich by MasaCur. 350 words. Ibrahim and Miguel made their way from the market district, bags of spell components weighing the apprentice down. That was a productive evening, Miguel, Ibrahim declared. Do you think you could help with the bags, Master? No, this is the duty of an apprentice, Miguel sighed. So, Master, out of curiosity, how did you die? Ibrahim scoffed. Miguel, Ibrahim Gonzalo Esperaguera, did not die. But aren't you a lich? Exactly. I'm a lich. I did not die. I cannot die. As the two rounded the corner, they were rapidly approached by a man wielding a knife. All right, you two. Hand over everything. Your packages, your money, your phones. Ibrahim cautiously removed his phone. Miguel? Miguel stepped closer. Yes, Master? Take my phylactery and run. Without a word, Miguel grabbed the phone and ran in the direction they came from. The mugger started to chase Miguel, but was caught in Ibrahim's surprisingly powerful grip. Let me go, old man. Give me your wallet, or this knife will be the last thing you see. The mugger struggled in Ibrahim's grasp, pulling his knife up to Ibrahim's neck. You'll get nothing from me. The mugger slashed at Ibrahim's neck, then furiously stabbed at his chest. After several repeated blows, the mugger pulled back the knife to see it unbloodied. What the blazes are you, old man? I've said before, I cannot die. I will not die. I can't say the same for you, however. Ibrahim dropped his glamour, his flesh becoming desiccated, and an evil red glow dominated his empty eye sockets. Ibrahim soon found Miguel, out of breath, a couple blocks away. Following Ibrahim was the mugger, his eyes glassy and unfocused. Miguel, we will have company at the apartment, Ibrahim explained. Our friend here will take care of the chores, so you can have more time with your studies. Give him the bags. Miguel warily handed the bags to the mugger, who took them with a low groan. Is he dead, master? Of course not. He's still walking. Is he undead? Ibrahim paused before answering, See. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. So I think I accidentally, I think I hit the show comments to like collapse them before the story started, but I ended up opening them. Alrighty, Rue. Very interesting story. Wait, I was like, did I open them that time? Tragedy. I hope they weren't too distracting. Okie dokie. As always, very fun to see Miguel and Ibrahim. Very interesting to see them outside of the apartment, indeed. And also very interesting to see them in a more serious setting. It's interesting because in, like, other universes, this would be, like, the gag episode. And in your universe, this is the serious episode. You know, like, I remember that I, like, wrote a story one time about Victor, like, I forget, it's been a while, but, like, Victor, like, getting shot and then getting back up and stuff like that. And it was kind of a gag episode. And so it is interesting that, like, their story is the gag episode, and so what might be a gag episode for others is the serious episode in this one. I feel like that can say something. I feel like there's a lesson to be had there about, like, stories in general, but I'm not sure what it is. Also, I cannot hear, I can't read the sentence without thinking, silence. Well, that was a productive meeting. If you don't know, that's a line from Alistair after a very non-productive meeting. But, and I do like, you know, Miguel being, it would be funnier if you did describe him, like, struggling, but that's kind of how I still imagined it. But I love the idea of him being like, can you help with the bags? And Ibrahim's like, no, this is a servant's duty. I am the illustrious necromancer. Yes, that's the one. And then of course, I love that you, used my suggestion for him being like, no, I'm a lich, I didn't die. A question I do have, though, about all this is that, so Ibrahim's argument is like, I'm a lich, therefore I didn't die. Like, he doesn't see it as, I died to become a lich, but rather, I became a lich and so I can't die. You know, that makes sense. Logical enough. And then down here, you know, he's like, no, like, I can't die. I can't say the same for you, however. And so that does seem to be saying that Ibrahim knows that he's killing the mugger here. And then when Miguel asks, you know, is he dead? Ibrahim says no. And so that makes me wonder, is Ibrahim putting up a front? Like, he really does see himself as dead and he just, like, doesn't want to admit it, or he's just being silly and not admitting it. Or what? I'm also wondering, other than maybe just not having the words, why Miguel didn't ask earlier, like, you know, okay, you're not dead, are you undead? Of Ibrahim himself. So, this is rather nitpicky, but I don't have much to critique for this story, so you're getting nitpicks. packages seemed a little odd. I feel like saying your bags, your money, your phones would make more sense, but it's like, you know, he's kind of talking like, yes, you went to the post office to get a parcel, hand it over, rather than like, hand over the bags that you currently have. And then I love that we are first of all hearkening back to Ibrahim's first story. I think is his first story, where you learn that the phone is his phylactery. And then also that we are reiterating what a bad idea it is to have your phone as your phylactery, considering it's one of the things that the mugger asks for. I do love the image of him just here. I have a phone, of course, just being like, all right, take my phylactery and run. I am wondering if anybody who doesn't know these characters in this universe, if you were confused about the phylactery thing, did you get like, oh, haha, he's a lich. The phylactery is something that a lich puts their soul in. He must have put his soul in his phone. Or were you unsure? I do really like the, caught in Ibrahim's surprisingly powerful grip. I think that works very well. Like, that's such a simple description, but you get a very clear image from that. And then I do like the you'll get nothing from me. It can mean both, like, you'll get no, physical items, and also you will get no blood. you will get no death from me either. I do, despite the questions it makes me ask, I do really like that dramatic phrasing of, like, I cannot die. I will not die. I can't say the same for you, however. And then this is a very terrifying image, not an image that we have seen from Ibrahim before, so I think that works very well. It's very striking. And then I like how just glassy and unfocused was enough for me to go, oh, he's a zombie. That's all you really need. It's nice that Miguel doesn't have to carry the bags and do the chores anymore. Nice that he can focus on his studies, and cool because because we in the past, like, it does kind of seem like Miguel mainly does the chores and stuff like that. I remember there's like one where he's asking him to take out the trash and stuff like that. And I love their slice of life moments, obviously. But, not a lot of studying that we've seen. And so it's nice to show, like, he really does care about his studies, and he really is an actual mentor, not just, like, I don't know, not just getting free work out of him. And I do like him just, like, warily handing them over, and him moaning, like, this is just a little sentence that costs you so little words, but it's so evocative, and you get, at least I get, a really strong image from that. I think that's great. I'm really curious how the C was meant to be said, because weirdly enough, I kind of imagine it a little bit serious. Like, I'll see if I can do it, but, like, is he dead, Master? Of course not. He's still walking. Is he undead? Ibrahim paused before answering. See. Yeah, I don't know if that quite conveys it, but I kind of imagine him getting, like, somber for a second as he says it, but I don't know that that's your intention. And it doesn't say that. I don't know exactly why I got that. So maybe, like, an emotive word in there would be good, but, not 100% necessary. This also brought up some, like, I don't know, interesting moral questions. New thrall, who this, amazing. It brought up some interesting moral questions because, like, I don't know how this happened, but I missed the fact that the mugger, like, is stabbing him a bunch of times. I just read it as him slashing his neck, like, once. I don't know. I don't know how I missed that. But especially because I missed that, I left the first time I read this kind of going like, oh, that seemed like unnecessarily cruel from Ibrahim. Like he's our happy little guy, you know. He is super bright and stuff, and I wouldn't imagine him as the kind of person to kill a living person to get a thrall. And again, like, because he says, I can't say the same for you, it seems like he does know the gravity of what he's doing. He does know he's killing him. And so I was like, like, it wasn't cool that he mugged them and threatened them, but, you know, does that warrant his death? Does that warrant murdering him? Especially from you, Ibrahim? Like, I don't think so. And, you know, with the help of discussing it with friends, I got a new perspective on it, which I think that maybe what you're going for here is, first of all, like, he didn't just threaten them. He didn't just stab them once. First of all, he went to stabbing real fast. He did not, like, he didn't hesitate. He didn't give them a sec. Like, he was ready to stab. Prompt 242, ready to stab. And then not only was he ready to stab, he also was he also was stabbing a bunch. And so all of that kind of shows, like, hey, yeah, just because he didn't kill us doesn't mean that he won't kill other people, other, like, innocent people in the future, / that he has killed other innocent people in the past. And so maybe Ibrahim was kind of going, you know, I don't think this guy should be on the streets. Like, maybe it's not great to kill him, but you know what? A, it's a better life for him. Like, clearly he doesn't have a great life if he's out here mugging people and trying to kill them. And B, it's better for everybody else and all, you know, saves all his potential victims if we, you know, zombify him now. So was that the intention there, that it was meant to be like, yeah, like he's gonna hurt and or murder people, or he already has, let's stop that, let's actually put him to some good use? Or was it meant to be more of like, no, like, Ibrahim do be darker than you think, like, he do be willing to kill folks, you know, even if they didn't do, I don't know, I was gonna say, like, even if they didn't do something, you know, horrible or atrocious, but it's like, I don't know, man, especially knowing that he stabbed him multiple times, that is pretty horrible and atrocious. You are a problem, and I am a problem remover, Ibrahim, probably. Nice. I won't lie, I also heard Alistair's voice, when I read it back. Nice. Ibrahim is being coy when he answers Miguel's question about whether the mugger is dead. Being a zombie is definitely more dead than being a lich. At least Ibrahim is capable of thought. Gotcha. That just makes me question even more if that sea is meant to be somber or not. You know, if it's meant to continue the playful note or be like, no, like, something grave happened, you know? Undead shenanigans, yep. Alternate universe title. Like, she should have had the mugger's arm snap off, Masa. He puts the bags in his hands, and then his arm snaps off. Oh, I just realized that I wanted to include a Ibrahim Easter egg in my story, my spring story somehow, and I didn't. So I haven't actually posted yet. So maybe I can slip one in before the deadline, but I don't know. Something grave has happened. Did I just say that unironically? That's amazing. Alright, I assume his phylactery is a Nokia, indestructible. Fantastic. Yes, indeed, phylacteries are a real thing. It's funny because, yes, I did read this one to my dad, and like, he's had this confusion before, where he's like, phylacteries are like boxes that, like, you know, Jewish people have with scriptures in them that are, like, on the forehead or on the wrist. And I'm like, they are, but also they're what a lich puts their soul in. I don't know how exactly that those two things got so conflated, because, like, sure, there's similarities, but I feel like there's other, you know, available words that you could have commandeered for a Lich's soul box rather than that specifically. Yes, I do say, sir. Surrender thy parcel at once. Yes. Yep, phylacteries are small leather boxes with Hebrew scriptures inside, worn by Jewish men during morning prayers to remind themselves to keep the law of Moses. Indeed. New thrall who dis. I feel like that could genuinely work as a prompt. I do like that. I imagine that last line being said with Ibrahim doing finger guns. Oh, that's incredible. Ibrahim paused before answering. See. Nah, he's fresh. His arms won't just snap off. Indeed. Nice. Does it? I slipped an extra Easter egg into my story after I posted it, though before the deadline, when it's okay to tinker with. Yeah, very fair. Very fair. And I can't remember what I said, but, like, if somebody does tell you, like, oh, hey, like, you know, here's this grammatical issue, like, it's no problem to fix that after the deadline has been reached. You know, it's more so just, like, huge things. If you want to change the whole plot, like, you can't do that after the deadline's been reached. If it's like, you missed a period, or, like, this sentence is a little clunky, you can fix that even after the deadline. Or, yeah. Oh, interesting. Not sure why Gary Gygax chose that, or if he was involved with that choice at all. Oh, okay. So, like, it was fully from, like, he's the guy who created D&D, right? And so it was fully from D&D. I didn't know that Liches, like, full on came from D&D. I thought, you know, they came from something else and then D&D used them. Man, so I'll admit, I was really worried about how Ibrahim would be viewed overtaking someone's life. Even with the mugger being rather violent, Ibrahim knows that the mugger is no threat to him. Having said, the mugger would be a threat to others, like Miguel, so at least Ibrahim would view doing this as a good deed overall. Yeah, that makes sense. I think, you know, I don't know if I would have drawn that proper conclusion of, like, oh, he's trying to save others, you know, without hearing someone else's perspective. But, so maybe you could do something like, you know, that he's doing the stabbies, and then, you know, what the blazes are you, old man? And then, like, Ibrahim looks back at Miguel before he says this bit, or maybe he says this part first, and then he looks back at Miguel, and then he goes, I can't say the same for you. That might be a good clue to, like, oh, he's doing this because he might have killed Miguel. He could also, like, look across the street at, like, if there are other people crossing the street, you know, and convey, you know, he's thinking about them as he does this. One of them, there may be some predecessors in the works of Ashton Clark Smith. Gotcha. Alrighty. Oh, yeah! I forgot about this comment. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, I can totally imagine in, like, future stories with them that, Miguel being like, or not Miguel, Ibrahim being like, our new servant, Miguel, he has no fashion sense at all. Servant, huh? Oh, we must get him beautiful clothes at once. And then, like, either Ibrahim, like, knits him colorful clothes or, you know, buys him from the store or something. There, now he's fabulous. Now I'm wondering if he forces Miguel to wear more colorful clothes, or if it's like, no, you do you. It's not my fault that your fashion sense sucks, Miguel. I won't try to change you. I'll just judge you. Alrighty, very fun story. Let us go on. Oh, I don't know if the CM Weller is actually here. Is CM Weller here? CM Weller usually announces their presence when they arrive, so maybe we should go to Reinkarnitor. Is Reinkarnitor still here? I have two keys. Hello? Just straight, no, I think liches have existed. I may have existed in some mythology, but I'm not certain. Gotcha. Here. I'll show you Kitty while I'm waiting for a response. Aren't you cute? Oh. Why are you being sneezy now? You're not the sneezy one. Mako is back from tunnel jail. Gary Gygax, one of the co-creators of Dungeons and Dragons, said that he based the description of liches in the game on the short story The Sword of the Sorcerer, 1969, by Gardner Fox. Gotcha. You're cute. Mm-hmm. It's kitty. I don't know if you can see her, but she's licking my arm. It's very tickly. It's very tickly. Well, oh, there we go. There's Reinkarnitor. Ooh woo. Not a normal ooh woo, just woo. All right. A life-changing choice. Fiona and John. By Reinkarnitor. 347 words. It was quiet in the room as Fiona and John sat at the table. In front of them stood a small glass filled with a red liquid. So, this is it? John asked, and the vampire slowly nodded. Why all of a sudden? I've been thinking a lot, John, about us, about our future. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I don't want to lose you, Fiona explained. And that's why it is up to you, of course. Absolutely up to you. If you don't want to, then I can get rid of it immediately. Flush it down the toilet for all I care. But if you want to do it, she paused, as if struggling to find the right words, or you want to think it over, we can put it in the freezer, and it will always be available to you. John took the glass and weighed it in his hand. So, if I drink your blood, I will become a vampire? He asked. She nodded. I have to admit, I am worried. Remember what I told you? Of course. Your, creator told you that many before you died because they couldn't handle his blood, and you were the only one to survive in turn. Fiona's face seemed to grow even paler than it usually was. You should know, there is no guarantee that it will work. But, hey, he gently interrupted her. I don't think you were the only one to turn because he was too strong to handle. I think he may have been too weak to pass the mutation on successfully. Huh? Well, in your case, you survived and even overpowered him, so I'm sure you would be way more successful in passing it along. I won't die from this. And she couldn't help but smile. Always the optimist, aren't you? I'm realistic. Mutations pass along when they're strong, and yours clearly is stronger than his was. So, Yep, I'll do it, but not immediately. You should prepare a bit, and once all is settled, he smiled at her, I'll drink it. Throughout those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you love it. The cheers come from the story. I was on bathroom duty for a sec. I'm back. Oh, I hope you weren't on bathroom duty during the reading of your story. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I moved that Encore bar, and I thought that I moved it this way. No, this way. There you go. I thought I moved it so that it was just on the edge, but not quite. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Now I heard all. I'm very glad this particular story was read. Aw. Excuse me, I'm glad to hear that. back to the previous story, Wolf said, the word lich comes from the same word as the German leche? Leche? And the Dutch, I don't know how to pronounce that one for sure. It just means a corpse. It's been used by Clark Ashton Smith, Robert E. Howard, Ambrose Bierce, and H.P. Lovecraft before D&D became a thing. That makes sense. Alrighty. Well, speaking of being glad this particular story was read, let's read Reinkarnitor's notes. This is a big step for me. Yes, Fiona is a vampire, John is a human. Questions? 1. I have used a lot of ellipses in this one. Let me know if you have ideas what I could have used instead. 2. This is one of the biggest steps I have ever taken in Fiona and John's stories. It basically confirms suspicions that some people had for a long time that John will eventually turn. Also, it will be a turning point for me. I'm hoping to continue these short scenes with focus on John adjusting to his new life once it happens. May not be in the next or so, but it will happen. Let me know all your thoughts about this new turn, and if you are looking forward to the new way this couple and their stories will go. One thing in the very beginning, it will remain very sweet and lovey-dovey. I could never write sad things about them. 3. I hope the small rundown of the vampire mutation being passed along wasn't too out of place or confusing. 4. It felt like the ending was abrupt, but I had no more words, and somehow to end it with that meaningful sentence, I'll drink it, felt right. Let me know if you liked it. 5. Overall thoughts are always welcome. Thanks in advance to all. So definitely feel free to answer any and all of those questions in the chat while I go over the story. But I'm very happy to be able to read this milestone story on the stream, and I'm happy that that you're happy. And I'm also glad that you felt comfortable sharing. It's really interesting because I've definitely had this experience of this is a big deal. This is a big thing that happens in my universe. I don't know if this is the time to share it. And I absolutely have made mistakes of sharing things too early before, for sure. But I realized, maybe it's just because I'm not in other people's heads, but I realized that I don't really hear about other writers in the group kind of having that experience of oh, this is a big deal. I don't know. Am I ready to share it? It sounds like that's exactly kind of what was going through your head here, and so I don't know. I feel a kinship with you when I read your little explanation here. I'm like, yeah, I totally get that feeling. I'm proud of you for going for it and posting it, and happy that I'm able to read it here on the stream. Also, this was not a universe title that Rink posted. I guess I'll use those. So I added it. But yeah, especially because this is an ongoing universe, I thought I'd, I thought I'd, just put something in there to indicate that. Okay, ad incoming. Well, I have something exciting for you all for the ad. And no, it's not a black screen, though it seems that way. I got the Switch to do its job. I got the Switch to enter, so I can do a little attempting at a boss or two while the ads go on. Oh, I was gonna say, where? Oh, no. Huh? I'm using the wrong headphones. There we go. Let me know if this is too loud. Granted, even I might think that's too loud already. Let's turn it down a little. So I was like, yes, hello Knight, hello Steven. Your story is unlocked, so it will be a few hours yet, but you will be, you will be read, you will be streamed. So I'm here because I was like, yeah, Grim will be a good one. That's like, you know, his, attempting him doesn't take, you know, very long. That can be done within 3 minutes. And then, as I was like doing a little practice, I was atrocious. I'm really bad at Grim. I was getting better, but it feels like I've regressed. So you might just see an onslaught of smacks right now, and I'm very embarrassed to say that. I'm gonna take off. I always have Sharp Shadow on. I'm gonna take it off because I'm too tempted to try and use it, and it doesn't work on him. It's bad on him. I think I might try with the glowing womb. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I can't heal very much with him, which is part of what makes him hard. So because, you know, his child is not here to help me in his fight. Might as well get some other buddies to try and help me. Oh, you are way too dark in that view. Go over here. Come on. Oh yeah, 'cause I smell like dung. They explode. Ah! Oh no. Yeah. Can you actually hit him? Oh. In that, ay! In that section. Ah! Mm. Oh no. Are there any are there any tips on that one? I really don't know how to do that one. All right, 10 seconds. Perfect. Okay. If you can believe it, that's better than I usually do. Or that's better than I've been doing when I did my practice. All right. It's a bit of a cheese if you've got unbreakable strength. I don't. I only have unbreakable heart. And I think you could see my money there. But I only have like $1,000. Definitely not enough to get unbreakable strength. All right, but what do you think of that? Was that fun or too jarring? All right, back to the story. Well, as usual, these guys are super cute. I really enjoy reading about them. Let's see. This is a little bit nitpicky, but there is kind of an element here of, so this is it. So there's kind of a couple ways that you could read that. And I don't know if you meant for him to be referring to, like, this is it. Like, this glass here, this is your blood. This is what will do it. Or, like, so, this is the end. Like, you know? Or, so, this is me becoming a vampire. And it's hard for me not to, I think I did read it with that. I think you mean it as, like, oh, so this is the blood that will do it. But it's hard for me not to read it in that somber tone of like, so, this is it. And there is kind of a contrast between, like, so this is it, and, like, why all of a sudden, you know, especially at the beginning of the story, you know, so this is it, kind of, especially with this prompt, conjures this idea of, like, oh, this is the end. And so then why all of a sudden can sound a little bit weird. But, you know, especially rereading it, I think that's nitpicky. I think it is ultimately fine. It's like, oh, so this is the blood that will do it. Why are you giving me this all of a sudden? You know, why are you showing me this all of a sudden? You know, sort of thing. And then, of course, very sweet that she doesn't want to lose him. Very understandable. That's kind of what we've all been saying. We're like, but they love each other, and like, but why wouldn't she want to be with him forever? I really like the, you know, it's up to you, of course. Absolutely up to you. I don't know if it goes so far as to do my challenge, because that's not, I don't know, like a specific sound or vibe or anything like that. But I do think that better conveys that she very much cares what he wants, and it very much is up to him. And then I kind of like the specificity of, you know, flush it down the toilet for all I care. The specificity, but also the, like, I don't know, flippantness and vulgarity of it, that it's like, you know, you don't have to treat, like, this thing is a big deal, it could turn you into a vampire, but you can treat it so casually as, you know, flushing it down the toilet. You don't have to, you know, do some ceremony to get rid of it. I do kind of love that. I'm also wondering why they need to put it in the freezer, because she can, like, you know, get more blood, right? And so, was it difficult, you know, to get that blood? Was it super painful or anything like that? And it's like, yeah, I don't want to do that again. Like, put it in the freezer if you want to do it later. Sort of thing. And it's also interesting that, you know, cold blood would work, that there's not some special, like, oh yes, it needs to be the warmest, freshest blood from an artery, or something like that. And then, super fair that she's worried. Like, I totally feel for her, you know, like you said, because their story is cute. I was assuming that he would survive, you know, even if they didn't have this conversation, but I also totally understand her worry and really feel for her and empathize with her there, that it's like, oh yeah, like, because that's kind of the thing, because she could, you know, wait and, like, say, you know, this might kill you, and so if you try to turn into a vampire and you fail, I will have even less time with you than I would have had if I just let you live as a human. And so, sure, she could say, like, oh yes, live out your whole human life and then, you know, become a vampire. But, you know, especially if you know it's happening, you kind of want to pick your age. And the age that you are as a vampire, like, you probably won't want to be, you know, 70 or 80 or 90 forever. And you probably will want to be a young, spry vampire. And so, yeah, so it's like, I need to drink it now to become a vampire, but this might mean that we have even less time together than we would have. And so it really is a very big and grave choice, for sure. I do like that he hesitates on the, like, your creator, like, I know this is a sensitive subject, you know, just that conveys that quite well.
Kitty cat, where you go? Where you going, babe? Where you going, baby cat? Oh, don't you sneeze. Don't you sneeze all over my computer.
And I do think that it's very sweet and cute that John is so optimistic about it, and it seems very accurate to his character. I really like that. So I do have, I don't know, I have some mixed feelings on the mutation stuff, because on the one hand, like, hey, yeah, like, if this is your explanation for it, then, like, it works, and it's fine, and, you know, you can suspend your disbelief on it. But on the other hand, I do have some trouble suspending my disbelief on this explanation, because, and I've been trying to figure out how, like, what about it, you know, is difficult for me, and I'll try to explain it. But I think it's that it contradicts, it contradicts how mutations usually work. Because, you know, as far as I can tell, you're going off of, you know, evolution. And so, as far as I know, I'm no, you know, I'm no expert in it, but as far as I know, the thing about evolution, it's like, hey, like, this creature has a mutation, it helps them survive. Good. They will survive, and they will pass their mutation on to their kids. You know, kind of what you're saying about, like, a mutation passes when it's strong. You know, when it's helpful, it will pass on. But if, you know, you have a bad mutation, or you don't have a mutation, or something like that, then you die. You know, that's kind of the survival of the fittest, sort of thing, or not sort of thing. It is the survival of the fittest. That it's like, you were not the fittest, and therefore you do not survive. And so this is kind of combining those two things into one, and I think that's why I have to, like, suspend my disbelief on it, because it's basically going, like, let's see, how'd I write it down? I wrote down so many different, like, thoughts. But I think this was one of my better ones. So, like, when you have a strong mutation, you will pass that on to your kids, like he's saying. When you have a weak one, you yourself will die. Or it won't be passed on. But if you have a weak one, it won't just kill your kids. Like, the passing on of the mutation won't, like, I don't know, even as I say that, I guess maybe, like, you know, it would lead to your kids not surviving. You know, you have a weak mutation. Yeah, actually, no, that is it. If you have a weak mutation and you pass it on to your kids, yes, they probably won't be the fittest, and so they won't survive. However, the mutation itself is not just gonna kill them as an infant because they have the mutation. And maybe more importantly, if you have a weak mutation, either A, it won't be passed on. B, it will pass on and make your kids lose the survival of the fittest. What was C? I guess C is just you die. C is you are not the fittest, so you don't survive. And so this seems to be combining both, that it's basically saying, oh yeah, like, I guess, well, I don't know. The other thing about it is, like, if you have a weak mutation, you won't, like, suddenly, I don't know, maybe you will. Maybe I don't understand evolution well enough, but, like, it's not like you'll have, all right, I have weak mutation, weak kid, weak kid, weak kid, OP kid, you know, that kind of thing. Which is what happened here. That in this case, it's like he passed his mutation on to others, and it killed them. It's not like the mutation was weak and therefore nobody turned but her. Like, they all stayed human, they all didn't get the mutation. They straight up died. And then not only did a bunch die, one of them is super OP. And so, to me, like, that doesn't really sound like what he's talking about. It seems to contradict. And the other, like, potential aspect of it is, like, okay, so, I don't know, I guess this is kind of what you're saying. I was gonna say, like, the other thing about it is, like, okay, so let's say it is the mutation that kills them. Like, it makes sense that it would be the mutation is strong, and so their bodies couldn't handle it, and they died. And so then that makes sense as to why, like, hers would be even stronger and more potent. And so his body easily couldn't handle it, and he could die, which is exactly her fear. You know, so, like, you know, that makes more sense to me of like, yeah, okay, we need an explanation for why these guys straight up died. And that makes a lot of sense to me, that it's like, oh yeah, he's super strong. If your mutation is super strong as a vampire, then the other people, you being suddenly mutated is a little much, for the body potentially. And like, I'll see what you guys are saying and if I'm totally way off base and stuff like that. But yeah, so like from what I know of evolution, then like this doesn't quite seem to fit for me. Like her explanation and unfortunately her creator's explanation makes a little more sense to me than John's explanation. Now, one thing I will say, though, is that Fiona does call out, always the optimist, aren't you? Which I really like. I like it just period. But I especially like it because that does kind of shed some doubt of, like, maybe she's kind of sitting there going, no, sweetie, like, that's not how it works. But I love your optimism. And, that really works then. If you did kind of want it to be like, yeah, I get that maybe it doesn't completely connect, but hey, John's an optimist, this is how he's seeing it, and, like, I can totally believe that that's how he's seeing it, even if I have questions about it as an audience member. I guess maybe part of why I have so many thoughts on this is because, like, after she says always the optimist, he's like, I'm realistic, and that makes me question if this is realistic. And so if it just went straight from always the optimist to mutations pass along when they're strong, then I feel like I'd be a lot less, I don't know, fiery about it. I'd be like, okay, like, this is what he believes, but he's just kind of being optimistic, that kind of thing. And then I do like that he's not rushing into things. I like that he is... Use actual water. I do like that he's like, hey, let's wait, let's prep, and then we can do it. Totally makes sense, and he can have, oh man, if you plan to do that'll be a great story. Like, he can plan to have his last day as a human, and like his last, day in the sun, literally, sort of thing. That could be super cool. And touching and tragic and stuff like that. I don't think that I don't think that there's really a huge issue with the last line, but I will say that the last line feels a bit casual for the situation, weirdly enough. It kind of feels like, I don't know, this is a little too far, but something like, yeah, I need to vacuum the house first, but I'll drink your milkshake. I'll drink it. I'll drink the milkshake you made me. Rather than like, this is gonna change my life forever. Like, I'm gonna do some prep first, but after all is done, I will drink it. I don't know. It doesn't have that gravity to it, especially with, that exclamation point. It's kind of like, I'll do it. And I don't think that's the intent that you wanted, but I also totally understand. I also totally understand running out of words and just kind of needing to wrap things up, and I don't think that this does a bad job of wrapping things up. I think it works. I think it's just maybe not quite the tone you were going for. My chat is being weird. I'm gonna try and exit out and then return it. Chat, please. You're still weird. I'm sorry? Why are you telling me to subscribe to myself? Oh, I see. It's a special thingy. Oh, I should go back to your questions, actually. It's really funny because when I first read your, I've used a lot of ... dots in this one. At first I was like, I have used a lot of in this one, and I was like, what? What did you lose a lot? What did you use a lot of? Why aren't you telling me? And then I got it. I honestly didn't notice for a second. I totally understand, like, so the thing is, I used to use ellipses like a crazy person. I use them at the start of like so many lines and stuff like that, and then I will look back at my old work and be like, ew, too many ellipses. So I probably am more lenient on that than other people are, because other people would say that it bugged them, and I was like, what? No, I totally don't overuse them. It's my style. And then years later, I'm like, past Kaylee, it was not your style, it was a mistake. So all that to be said, I am probably a lot more lenient on a lot of ellipses than other people are, so other people can probably answer this one better. I did not notice it for a second. It did not bother me at all. It totally made sense. And it makes sense that they're kind of like hesitating, stopping and starting throughout this conversation, especially Fiona. So I think it works quite well. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung, you ghoulish misfit. When forever means forever, you gotta think more carefully. Super fair. Super fair. Hopefully there'll be no vampire rats if they've done that. You mean flush it down the toilet? I was gonna ask, like, wait, does flushing down the toilet, could that mean it, if there's anything down there, would it dump on them and make them into a vampire? Would they have to drink it? If a rat drank it, would they be a vampire rat? That would be a cool... Oh, that would be interesting, because I was kind of thinking, like, it totally works fine for you, this universe, it's not a problem, but I was like, like, that's actually quite a simple way, to become a vampire. And you do put the stakes on it by saying, like, hey, people died because he tried to make them into vampires and it didn't work. So that does give this stakes, even though it's like, no rituals, it doesn't even have to be warm. You don't have to be bit by the vampire or anything like that. Like, all you have to do is drink it and stuff like that. But that could also add stakes to it if it's like, yeah, all you have to do is drink it. But, like, if a vampire gets cut on the street and a rat drinks their blood, well, now you got vampire rats. I love the idea of there being a vampire exterminator that, like, exterminates the vampire rats and cockroaches, and that's a horrifying image. But yeah. Reinkarnitor, I think it's more of a, she does not want to draw blood again. It's an annoying process. Super fair. Oh yeah, do you mean she, like, got a full-on, I don't know, what is it called when it's the opposite of an IV, but yeah, she, like, sat there with the needle in her arm getting the blood out. That's fair. Yeah, old man vampire with young woman vampire girl forever would be weird indeed. Yeah, I didn't want to point it out, but that was the other thing, that it's like, A, do I want to be old man? B, old man with young vampire might be rather awkward. It reminds me of, what is it? Oh, what's it called? I want to say, like, What We Do in the Shadows, but there was, like, a vampire movie where someone did have, like, an old lady lover and stuff. Imagine having a midlife crisis for all of eternity. It can't have a midlife crisis if your life never ends. Oh man, it's like the what's half of infinity thing, that it's like either it means the midlife crisis is eternal, or it means you could never have a midlife crisis. Reinkarnitor, I kind of thought of evolution, the best genes get passed on. I admittedly tweaked it a bit because vampires literally pass it on and don't have kids, but I believe, yeah, in this case, you are right. The victim also has to be receptive. Oh, interesting. Oh wait, no, I was gonna say, like, oh, so that means that the person has to, like, say, like, yes, I would like to be vampire. But I don't think that's what you mean. I think you mean, like, their body, genes, physiology has to be receptive. Uh, Steven, 300-year-old vampire, starts questioning everything about their life, realizes they're going to be staked when they turn 600. Oh yeah, that would be interesting for This Isn't How I Die. A old vampire knowing that they're still gonna die. Kind of similar to Spectre's story, actually. Mako, I mean, it's bad enough you don't live to pass it on, so a really bad one could kill you at birth. Gotcha. Reinkarnitor, it's a good deal. Either you live forever, great powers, and who really needs sunlight anyway, or you did. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the dead part's not so much the good deal, but the other part, is the good deal. But going back to what Mako said, so, like, that's fair that it's like, okay, like, if you don't have the right mutations to, like, survive this, that might indeed mean that you get killed, either by the environment or by it at birth. I guess my problem is more, like I said, that it wasn't like, yes, his mutation be weak, all his kids be weak, all his kids be dead. It's like, he be weak, kid dead, kid dead, kid dead, kid OP. I think that's the issue there. Oh no, that was sarcasm. You didn't even mean that the vampire side was good. I love how we always get into scientific stuff with the vampires. Oh, do we? Have we done it a bunch? Reinkarnitor. In my vampire research files, it is basically put like a researcher writing his findings down and also putting bits of an interview with a vampire, pun intended, who was heavily implied to be Fiona. Fiona. Anyway, here's the part on the passing the curse along chapter. Not even we can predict if someone is receptive to the vampiric blood in order to start a proper mutation. It can very well be that the body is rejecting it, but the mutation being so potent that the continued battle between one's immune system and the infected blood literally cause organs to shut down and death. Yeah, that makes sense. He says, that's how I explained it back in the day. Been a while since I wrote that, though. Yeah, that actually works for me. That it's like, yeah, we don't know if the body's going to be receptive to it, and so it being so potent, it might mean that the immune system basically, like, attacks it and rejects it. Kind of like, someone's body could reject a transplanted organ, sort of thing. It's kind of like transplanted blood that you can potentially reject. But that also goes along with what Fiona's saying, right? That seems to go with her explanation that it's like, it could be so potent that it kills you, Miko, I had no problem with the eclipse. I think he means ellipses. They mean long pause, hesitation, or trailing off. Use as much or as little as appropriate. Indeed. Yes, vampire sewer crocodile. Oh boy. Would that mean all the teeth become fangs, or would it have big toothers at the front? Teenage Vampire Ninja Turtles. Yes. Incredible. To be honest, in my vampire research files, I wrote that the mutation only works on human beings. That's fair. And especially if you are using, well, I don't know, maybe this explanation doesn't work, but I was gonna say, if you are using it like an evolutionary mutation, it makes sense that it's like, oh yes, it passes through this one species. But part of the whole point is that, like, the species go into other species and stuff like that. You've heard of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now get ready for adolescent vampire rats. You need a fourth adjective there. I guess it would just be adolescent mutant vampire rat. No, adolescent vampire gangster rats. I don't know. Yeah, Maurice's okay with her boyfriend being an old man. Mm-hmm. Rink, if the immune system can fight it off for a long time, wouldn't that mean it's not that strong? What do you mean? I'm confused. The research files go along with what Fiona is saying because of what I copied is in what Fiona is saying to the researcher. Fair. Unless a vampire against a rat, somebody please make fan art of that. Unless some vampire mugger rats, yeah, bring it back around to the Ibrahim story. Exactly. Oh, incredible. Drago, evolution is the survival of the good enough. The mutation in real life could be deadly, but I wouldn't call it weak. But that's related to broken genes and inborn diseases, lethal genes and stuff like that. Yeah, that could be part of it. I guess it could be that the weak word could be part of what's tripping me up. That if he said... Well, I guess that's kind of the point, is that he's going against it. I was going to say, like, oh, the mutation is deadly. But his whole point is that he's not going to die. So, you know... Well, mutations aren't necessarily bad. Sometimes it allows an individual of a species to live long enough to reproduce. I mean, that seems to corroborate what I'm saying. Yep, that the good ones make you survive. Mika, I'm very tired, so please don't make me think any harder than this. Bullet point 1. Each attempt to make a vampire is an instance of a mutation, like having a child. Bullet point 2. The vampiric curse kills you and brings you back. Ooh. If it's weakened by the mutation, it could fail to bring you back. Bullet point 3. A strong mutation could make a stronger vampire. Bullet point 4, or 5? No, 4. The stronger mutation could mutate to be even stronger. I don't know if this follows for anyone else, but it's a way what John says could apply, maybe. Yeah, the vampire curse killing you and bringing you back, that could be the missing factor here, that it kills you regardless. You're dead no matter what. The question is, do you revive? That could work, because it's not that the mutation itself kills you. It's just that, like, well, I mean, I guess it's like all vampire mutation kills you. But it's like, yeah, just trying it will kill you. If it's weak, you don't come back. If it's strong, you do come back. There's still the question of the dead OP thing, though. Well, wait, having a child would mean that they're getting half of your genetic material. Where would the other half come from? The child? Vampire cockroaches would be a nightmare indeed. I feel like in that case, like, you're thinking too much into it, because I don't think it's like having a child in that sense. We're just equating it to what in our world leads to mutations being passed down. Only having child. So, like, we're equating to it in that way. Yeah, and Drago even says, would cockroaches be compatible, though? Insects don't have blood like us. Okay, so that does corroborate the only humans can be mutated. Dead. Sparkles. OP. Equals breeding for a golden chocobo? What is a golden chocobo? Oh, yeah, Drago says, honestly, I can see that happening with some weird recessive genes shenanigans. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about recessive genes. This is, I think, the part where me not knowing enough about evolution hinders me, because, like, I don't know, I guess the way the story's talking about it is, like, it's the mutation. Like, the same mutation is passed no matter what. But you're kind of talking about it like, it's like, no, your dominant mutation genes got passed down 3 times, and the recessive gene got passed down once, and the dominant ones were weak, and the recessive one is strong. Like, is that a thing that can happen in evolution? Oh gosh, mosquitoes mutation. It's just like mosquitoes squared. Mosquitoes times mosquitoes. Indeed, being a pedant, fair. Pedant sounds like a swear word. It sounds so insulting. It's just the. Oh gotcha, Masa. Chocobo is an ostrich-like bird steed from Final Fantasy. Okay. not a real thing. It sounded a little bit like bonobo, and so I was like, oh, like a bonobo, and what is it, like the golden lion tamarin? And so I was like, oh, is this a monkey? Is this a cool monkey? Oh. Well, I'm imagining it's something called the hemophasic enzymes, and their whole deal is being consumed by the phagocytes and hijacking the immune system via the antibody creation process. I don't know if I know enough about those things to understand it, but let me reread that and think about it. So it's like either the immune system can attack it and successfully, well, I was gonna say successfully kill it, but it's like, no, it kills you. The immune system attacks it and you die, or it changes your entire immune system. Is that the situation? We have fun here at the archive. I don't know if Rick was talking about something I said, or if you were talking about the enzymes and stuff, like, yes. Big science words. We have fun. If the immune system is fighting it for a long time without winning or losing, then the vampire infection wouldn't be as strong as one that just killed them. Vampires are weird, indeed. Reinkarnitor. I am honestly thinking about having suspense moment now in my story where he turns when he seems dead and Fiona freaks out because she never saw anyone turn. Obviously she didn't see herself turn, and her creator never turned anyone after her. Ooh, that would be interesting. That, like, she isn't even, especially because of that other story where he's like, don't say you're dead. That could be really interesting, that she doesn't know for sure that she actually died. It's just like a speculation, and then she sees him die and she's like, oh my gosh, I killed him. But then it's like, no, that's actually part of the process. Drop 242, vampires are weird, yes. It mutates as it attacks, merges, modifies, whatever, it's just an analogy. But so good, Morrow, I am conscious. Incredible. Welcome. Gotcha. There's the bird. In Final Fantasy VII, the original East, you would need to breed them to get different colored birds that can cross different terrain. Golden ones could do everything and beyond. One of the jokes is that the in-game mechanics technically involve a lot of increasing as you try to get your super bird. A lot of increasing the breeding of the birds. With that saddle, he looks like a sunflower. Reinkarnitor, thanks for reading the story on stream. This is a highlight for me personally. I'm really glad to hear that. I hope that our mutation conversation was fun and not discouraging. I really liked the story. I really... I enjoyed it a lot. I'm really excited. I just realized I don't think I answered all your questions, but I'm very excited to learn that John does in fact become a vampire. And I'm super excited to read those stories going forward of him learning how to be a vampire. I think that's going to be so much fun. If you remember, do tag me on those stories, so even if you can't be read, that I take a look at them. And then, yep, I answered the other two. Alrighty, Rue. We talking about butt flowers again? No, we're talking about inbreeding. Infinitely worse. I think we are talking about butt flowers because I was talking about his butt looking like a sunflower. Different kind of butt flower. From 242, a different kind of butt flower. Alright. Oh, no, not this one. CM Miller. I was gonna say, what? We're already at 4? No, we're not. We're at 3. Have I been tagged somewhere? It looks like I've been tagged somewhere. There we go. That's the vampire research files. Nice. Very cool. I guess, I was talking to my counsel I think last week, and I was like, hey, if you like DM me during stream, I won't see it because the DMs are completely covered during stream. But I definitely noticed that red, like, you've been tagged notification. So if you really need to get my attention, either using channel points to highlight your message on Twitch or tagging me, not in the stream chat, but in a different chat. That's how to get my attention. Alright. Okay. Devil's Destiny. A Devil's Tale. By C.M. Weller. 325 words. Kim Ravatz, sorceress and adventurer, feared her group's leader. She was also growing worried about him, in spite of what he was. Nobody had held a vote to elect the Blue Helkin leader of the crew. He just took command, like someone had left it lying unguarded. No, that wasn't fair. He took command because nobody else would. Because he was simply better at it. And to be completely rational, he had a knack for keeping everyone alive. There was just one person who caught his neglect. Himself. If there was any one of the 5 of them who was going to be risking their neck in a gambit, Kosh was hurling himself into that fray, so that nobody else got there first. Kim had the dubious privilege of hearing him on the rare occasions that he was afraid of the next move. Kosh always said the same thing, just for a mote of bravery. This isn't how I die. And down in the undercity of Deepwater, she heard it again, when a fallen mad god demanded Kosh look him in one of his eyes. That, at last, was her snapping point. How did he think he was going to die? And if he knew, how did he know? It took him a handful of days to actually ask him. On a relatively idle afternoon, as he was sweeping the common room of their shared apartment. You know how you die? I've worked it out, he said, working the broom meditatively. Life has a way of teaching such things. So, it wasn't a prophecy. Not exactly. It might not be as real as he believed. Nevertheless, morbid curiosity compelled her to ask, how do you meet your death? He smiled in his normal, disturbing way, showing off as many of his sharp, pointy teeth as he could. I shall be stabbed in the back, he said, by somebody I was stupid enough to believe I could trust. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Where are we at with unlocking Spectre's story? We are about 400 cheeroonies from unlocking Spectre's story. Thank you so much, Magistrate. We're now about 300 away, right? Yeah. And from Ghoulish as well. Now we're at 200 away. How fantastic. I love it. Okie dokie. The notes on this one. I forgot to do questions and toast press. Here you go. Toast level, golden brown, and constructive, please. On the arc for Kim is overcoming her inherent prejudices. And does this come through in my narrative? 2, Kosh's non-prophecy is based entirely on how often people in his life betrayed him in his past. Does that come through in this story? 3, do you think this is a case of curiosity killing the cat when it comes to getting that answer out of Kosh? Alright, well, I definitely enjoyed this story. I thought it was very good. And, like, I guess I'll start with your first question, that I did quite like how you were able to do that and add those little sprinkles of of the prejudice. I don't like the prejudice, but I think you wrote the prejudice well. Though I am curious if newcomers, got it.
Kitty boo.
I am curious if any newcomers were, like, unsure what was going on there. I'm curious if Helkin is enough to go, like, okay, that's why she's a little weirded out by him, or if you were kind of unsure why she's acting, she's having these thoughts around him. But me having at least some knowledge of the story, I thought you did a great job with it, and I really liked those nuggets. I think that can be a difficult thing to add into these short stories of, like, weaving another theme in there, you know, or motif or whatever. We were talking about it last week. I don't know if that's the right word, but another idea in there besides just the basic plot. And so I think that worked quite well. So I quite like... I like the beginning, that it's a dramatic start of, hey, here's our character, here's what she is, and here's what she's feeling. I didn't even think about this when I was practicing, but yeah, that is a really good intro. And because you'd think that saying something like this, you know, Kim Ravat, sorcerer and adventurer, might feel too heavy-handed. I didn't think about it for a second. It worked really well to just say, hi, here's our character, here's her name, here's what she is, like, here's what her job is, and here's what she's feeling right now. And that's, like, a great intro for the story going forward. That works very well. And then I really like the, you know, she feared her group's leader, or I think I kept saying she feared her group's leader. And so then that makes you go like, oh no, like, is the group's, what's up with the group's leader? You know, is he scary? And then you learn, actually, he's not scary, he's worthy of your sympathy. So I think that's a good way to introduce him in that way too. And of course, the next line is pretty much exactly that, like, she's scared of him, but she's also worried about him. She doesn't like what he is, but she's still worried about him. I think that works very well, and it's a little, like, summary of how she feels about him. Yep, I think it works great. I really like this paragraph here about, like, well, nobody elected him. He took it like someone had left it lying unguarded. That's such a clever and evocative image. I really love that. And then it's neat that you take it to even another level, that it's that, like, even just leaving it there of, like, yeah, he just took command, like, someone had left it lying unguarded would be like, wow, beautiful, great imagery, love it. But you take it to another level and go, wait, no, like, that sounds like he's, you know, some tyrant and he took it, but that's not fair. Actually, nobody else wanted it, nobody else would, and so he did it. And so I think that works very well. I think, yeah, I think it's written very well. So I don't think that this doesn't work, but there's also a question about it, which is that the other stuff seems rational too. That, like, yeah, okay, like, he took command, like, someone left it unguarded. No, actually, that wasn't fair. He took it because nobody else did. Seems like she's being rational. In fact, she's like, oh, like, he took it, like, somebody left it lying unguarded. Wait, no, stop, let's be rational. Nobody else wanted it. So it does seem a little odd that there's such strong emphasis on to be completely rational. But it's not a huge deal. It does still work, and flow well enough. This is also a bit nitpicky, but, caught his neglect does kind of have a little bit to it that sounds like he has a neglect to be caught, you know, rather than there was just one person who he neglected, or one person who he didn't take care of, or one person who he was careless towards, you know, something like that. But again, not a huge deal. And I do really like the, you know, there was one person who caught it himself, you know, that you might think like, oh, you know, is there one person in the party who he really doesn't like and he doesn't take good care of? No, it's himself. Well, I guess that's still true, potentially, but it's himself, which is sad. But I think it's kind of a beat drop, and, you know, the story is already interesting, it already really draws you in, and then when you get to himself, then it's like, ooh, that's even more interesting, and takes it to a new level. And then the next part works very well of, you know, if anybody's gonna risk their neck, then it's gonna be him. Any newcomers, did you feel like the name was introduced in good time, or did you feel like you needed, the name needed to show up earlier in the story? I do feel like this, you heard how I read it, and granted, if that's how you wanted it read, then it works, but every time I read that did feel a bit awkward of, like, going to be risking their neck in the game, and Kosh was hurling himself into that fray. So that nobody else got there first. I think just having it one sentence as, Kosh was hurling himself into that fray so that nobody else got there first. To my ear, that flows a little bit better, but maybe that's not the flow that you wanted for that sentence. I do like the, the dubious privilege, I don't know if this is a privilege. On the rare occasions he was afraid that this is how he hypes himself up. The whole time he hasn't seemed afraid, but in the times that he is, what keeps him going, that works very well. I have some mixed feelings on using the prompt directly, because on the one hand, it does kind of feel like, well, he'd probably say something different or not say anything at all if that wasn't the prompt. But then again, it does work. It does make sense as something you might say, and then it is the whole story going forward. So, mixed feelings. I do really like that, with this kind of thing, at least for me, I would feel tempted to give a long list of oh yeah, when he faced this, when he faced that. But that would cost a lot of words. And so I think you picked a great example here of, this, looking into one of the eyes of a fallen mad god does sound like something that'll kill you. That sounds like a huge deal. And so it makes sense that it's you just looked into a mad god's eyes and survived. What do you think is gonna kill you? I think that works really well and allows you to just use those words to focus on that one example. And super fair, I'm having these questions too, so that's great. Have the character and the reader asking the same questions. There's something a little bit awkward in their shared apartment, because up until this point, they seem to be tentative friends. She doesn't even really like him that much, but hey, they're in the same party, they gotta get along. And she's just kind of curious about him. And so then when you use the phrasing of their shared apartment, I'm oh, that sounds like they're lovers, or that sounds like they're at least friends with benefits. And that does not seem like what their relationship was going forward. Or not going forward, going backward. And so I think a different phrasing there would help, even just something like the party's shared apartment. I'd be oh yeah, okay, they're an adventuring party, they all share it. Also, apartment very much sounds like a fixed thing and a modern sort of thing. And granted, maybe they did or would use that word back then, and maybe they do, it is a fixed place that they stay at. But, if it's an inn or something they're stepping by, then I'd probably say something sweeping the common room of an inn they stayed at, or their shared inn room. A little bit clunky, but it wouldn't have those issues. So yeah, just saying their shared apartment, it seems because the other party members haven't really been mentioned, it's just the two of them, and it's oh, they were roommates, and I don't think that that's their relationship at all, so I think a different phrasing there would be good. And I do like him meditatively sweeping that he does feel like that kind of king, who would do something that other kings would find menial, but he would do it to meditate, to relax, to what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, I guess just to relate, to the people who aren't kings, the lower class folks, and stuff. So I like that image a lot. So it's interesting. So it wasn't a prophecy, not exactly. It might not be as real as he believed. I do really like this. I do really like clarifying, hey, it's not a prophecy. However, having not exactly in there makes me go okay, it wasn't a prophecy. I'm oh, all right, definitely not a prophecy. That's off the table. Not exactly. Okay, so it's back on the table. So it's if not exactly, it might be half prophecy. It might be a weird jumbled prophecy. And so if you did want to convey take that off the table, it's not a prophecy, I'd just say, so it wasn't a prophecy. It might not be as real as he believed. But like I said, I do like it. I especially like that it might not be as real as he believed. I think that's great. And then I think you convey her prejudice well in this line of, like, his normal disturbing way. His normal self is disturbing to her, you know. I think that works. So now we get to the not-so-prophecy. So I do feel like the not-so-prophecy is... contains at least my biggest questions, if not my biggest critique for the story, which is that I know about Kosh, but not enough to fully understand this. Your note does potentially clear it up, but we'll get to that in a bit. And so this is highly specific. It doesn't, you know, we'll come back to it. It doesn't sound like something you're just like, yeah, like, I know myself, I know my fatal flaws, this is what's gonna happen. It very much sounds like, no, I know exactly how I die. And so if it's not a prophecy, or it's not exactly a prophecy, then I, as the audience member, I'm left going, how do you know it to that specific a detail if it's not a prophecy? You know, yeah, how do you know something so specific as this? And I think part of it, because from your note, it does sound like it actually is that. It is just... I know myself, I know that's my fatal flaw, I know that, you know, this has been a problem in the past, this is probably what's gonna get me killed. I think that my issue with that is just that it's like, just from this story, even not knowing anything outside this story, he's an adventurer. There's a lot of ways to die as an adventurer. Like, just because you have the fatal flaw of trusting people too much, or, you know, this is a problem in the past, doesn't mean that a mad god won't kill you. You know, like, it totally, I don't really understand why he's so certain, like, oh yeah, looking into the mad god's eyes, psh, no problem. Trusting Jeff, problem. I'm not sure why he's so certain that absolutely that's gonna be the way, and not, like, on one of his adventures. But outside the story, like, not only is he an adventurer, he's a king. He's gonna be a king. And there's a lot of ways that a king can die besides treachery and betrayal. You know, a king can be assassinated by, you know, a rival nation, by an uprising.
Okay.
Can be poisoned. He can choke on a grape. You know, there's so many different ways that he can die. And then third of all, he's a Hellkin. And so being a Hellkin is part of the whole reason he, like, this is the fatal flaw, this is the thing he thinks that he's gonna die to. However, that also means, that also opens up more avenues of death. That also means that it's like, yeah, people might hate you, and, you know, through that hatred to your face, they kill you. They might try in a lot of different ways to kill you because they hate you. I just see freaking Jeff.
Hi, kitty, you're cute.
So, yeah, so, like, there's three big things about him and who he, like, who or what he is. That he is an adventurer, he's a king, he is a Hellkin, and all those things seem like dangerous professions. All those things feel like dangerous things to be. And so, absolutely, like, I totally believe that he is, like, a trusting guy, and I totally believe that this has been a problem in the past. I totally even believe that this could be what kills him in the end. It probably is, considering this story. The problem is I don't really understand why he's 1000% certain that's how I'm gonna die, to the point where it sounds like a prophecy. Because there's a whole, you know, swath of different reasons that he might die. Now, that's not to say I don't like it. I do really enjoy it, and I do think that there is power in that, and that it's not like, oh yeah, the big monster's gonna kill me. Like, I know it's going to be something more intrinsic to my character and intrinsic to humanity and other people's characters. I do think there is definitely a lot of power there, and it is really interesting. The other thing I was gonna say about it is that to make it clear that it's like he knows this about himself. He knows this is such a fatal flaw. It will be fatal. It will kill him. I think that going into how trusting he is throughout the story would be really helpful in that way. That if, Kim keeps noticing, oh, he trusts that person a little too much, I think that could also help. Unfortunately, that might mean you'd have to take out the prejudice aspect of the story to make room for this other part. But I do think if you went into like, he trusted that guy. Oh, wait, that guy betrayed him. Then when we get to the end, we'll be like, oh, yeah, that's already been happening in this story. We've seen it all the time. Totally makes sense that's how he knows he's going to die. But especially because it hasn't even been set up as a fatal flaw. It hasn't been set up as something he thinks or does in this particular story. I think that's part of why I'm left thinking, wait, so that sounds like a prophecy. That sounds super specific, rather than thinking, oh, like he knows this about his character and humanity's character. And there's the ad. Okay, I'll try Grim again. Where are my headphones? I will, of course, look at your comments after I finish talking about the story. I'm sorry if you can hear my stomach growling. I don't know why I'm hungrier than usual today. A little guy running. Little stinky guy running. Oh, I should move you to the other monitor. But yeah, see, I only have 1800 Geo, so not really enough to go after Unbreakable Strength. What? Yep. That's my worst one. Stop doing it! Oh, I thought I could hit him. Yeah. See, that's the part where I want to dash through him. And I don't know why it doesn't... I don't know why it doesn't work. I guess that time it worked. Oh, my groove is totally thrown off. I know, right? It's so good. 45 seconds. You think I'm gonna die in 45 seconds? I think I might. I mean, obviously not in real life. If anybody knows good charm combinations for him, let me know, because I need it. Oh, I went the wrong way. Stop it, no. Oh. Oh. Hey, I dashed through him that time. Oh, I went too far. There we go. Ah! Hey. Oh, I didn't swerve. I got scared. That one was better.
Easy.
Okay, how long was that? I assume it was more than 45 seconds. I guess I'll just leave it paused like that. And go back over here. Goulash, I'm a sucker for a good organ. Norman, are we talking about the musical instrument? Just someone in the black market. I'm a sucker for a good organ. Vendor, I have organs. No, sorry, meant the instrument. Okay. Alright, did I answer your questions? Yep, so I think you did a good job with one. And then, like I said, I definitely was like, if it's not a prophecy, what is it? Until I saw your note. You think this is a case of curiosity killing the cat when it comes to getting that answer out of Kosh? I'm not quite sure what you mean there, because, you know, curiosity killed the cat means like, oh, a cat's super curious about something and it gets them killed. And in this case, I would think you're saying something like she was curious about it, but it led to bad results. I don't really feel like this was a bad result. I like, it's just kind of a, oh, now you know. Now you know how he's gonna die. And like, unless she's like super sad that he's gonna die that way, I don't know what the death is here, what the bad outcome is. Like, she got her answer. Like, that seems like a good outcome. This seems like all she wanted. Alright. Let's see here. Drago had to go to sleep. Goodbye, Drago. Re-prompt drop. I do believe this is the first time I've actually put the prompt into the narrative intact. The adventurers share an apartment above their backup business. I didn't know how else to phrase it at the time. I could have spent the extra words on the adventurers' shared apartment. Yeah, very true. Oh, you had like 5 words, right? Yeah, so that would work. That would fix it. And super fair, like, if this is the first time that you drop the prompt in intact, that probably means that it's super accurate to Kosh's character, or you wouldn't have dropped it like that. Drop 242. Trusting Jeff problem. Kosh can fend off most causes of death. Betrayal of trust is the one thing that he can't guard against. Okay, that's important info. Oh yeah, all the betrayal in his backstory definitely happens in the longer work. Can't fit that in 350 words. Oh, definitely not. Yeah, I was just thinking more that you could kind of like summarize or throw it in there, like maybe I don't know, there's a lot of different ways you could do it. Like, you could have them telling campfire stories, and he talks about how he was betrayed. You could talk about, like, you know, as they're walking to the god's domain and be like, oh yeah, at least it's not going to be like that one time. And then he talks about the one time that he was betrayed, sort of thing. Maybe, I don't know, she could talk about how he seemed, like, wary of them, and one day they learned that he'd been betrayed in the past, and he doesn't want to give more details, sort of thing. You could indeed have just, like, a more benign situation where, like, a vendor doesn't want to give them the right payment because he's a Hellican, or, I mean, I don't know if that's betrayal, but I don't know if anybody in their party betrays them, but, like, they could reference, you know, oh yeah, Jeff, he betrayed us, kind of thing. So There's lots of different little ways that you could sprinkle it in there. Sure, maybe 5 words is enough, so you might have to take something out to get that in there. But I don't think you have to say, here's my whole backstory to get in there like, oh, he's trusting. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing, like to get in that he's trusting, like if you could kind of go for either one. Both might take too many words, but you could also go for just her noting that he's very trusting. Like even just her telling us straight up like, he seems oddly trusting for a Hellkin or something like that. Even that would be like helpful info, you know? Interesting. I was not expecting that. So I don't know if I'm allowed to. Well, I guess it is on the stream, so I guess you will see it. But see, it says prophecy subversion. Spoiler. Kosh dies of old age in his sleep. People agree that death had to come for him then, or there would have been a battle. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I was not expecting that at all. I totally was thinking that, like, even though it's not a real prophecy, that he would be betrayed. And I was kind of sad about that. So that is nice that he gets the, you know, most benign and gentle death that most people want. And then that speaks well of humanity, that, like, humanity didn't suck so much that his, you know, his self-prophecy came true. Oh, yeah, there you go. There's 300. There's 400. There's 403. Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So, give yourselves a round on the applause. Give yourself a round of applause. Give yourselves a pat on the shoulders. Give yourselves a hug. Give yourselves a what do we call it? The inflatable 2-man wiggle. Thank you all so much. Like that's so awesome. I appreciate that deeply. If facing a god isn't going to kill you, what is? I'm gonna trip down some steps. Oh, nice. Mad as in angry or insane? Maybe both. Mako, I read it more as he doesn't trust anyone, and so he's only going to die when he lets his guard down. Huh. So that would be why... That would be part of why, like, oh, you're an adventurer, you're a king, you're a Hellkin, why don't all these things kill you? It's like, he's guarding against all those things. He's even guarding against trust. And it's when he stops guarding that he thinks will kill him. Interesting. But if he's super not trusting, why does he think he will become trusting one day? Jeff with a J is fine. Jeff with a G-E-O, you gotta watch your back around. Nice. Throws Jeff at the ad. Jeff with DJ and a PH. Amazing. DZ and PH. DZ, PH. Also pronounced Jeff. Amazing. A round on the plaza. I feel like that could work well as like a plaza. A round on the plaza. Yes, totally. You should totally use that for a minor character. Incredible. What? Around on the plaza? Alright, very fun story. I hope I successfully golden brown toasted you. You are always free to, you know, kindly let me know if I went too far or was too harsh. I never want to be too harsh. But very good story. Let us go on to Marx. I saw Marx a while ago, but I don't know if he's still here. I should have asked if he could stick around the whole time. The death had to come for him, or there would have been a battle, is a Theodore Roosevelt quote. Gotcha. He should be. He should be here. I think you just mean that as like, oh yeah, I think he's here. But it sounds like he should be here. Why is he not? well, there's not really any other stories to move him around with, so I can't really wait. So I guess I'll just start reading. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. Overly familiar. Heavenbound AU by Marx. 342 words. A lone man was forced to his knees, his hands weighed down by a mystic artifact with glowing runes. Around him laid a sight to make most quiver in sheer terror. Some of the demons looked humanoid, some looked monstrous. Some had rows and rows of razor-sharp teeth, and some had claws. Most had both. And all of them looked upon the man with seething hatred. "Hi," he said, trying to wave, unsuccessfully, due to his bonds. "I'm Matt."
"We know who you are,"
growled one of the larger demons, sitting on an ornate throne. "Well, you clearly don't, or you wouldn't have brought me here. Just saying." The demon chuckled.
"I know what you're thinking."
Matt smirked. "You have no idea what I'm thinking."
"You're thinking that we're fools to invite Heaven's Sword, the Demon Eradicator, into a place where you can slaughter so many of us, especially since we only caught you because you allowed it."
Matt paused, looking up thoughtfully. "Touché, pussycat." The demon smiled.
"Go on, then. Try to free yourself. We went through a lot of trouble to procure those cuffs."
"Clearly," admitted Matt. "I can't feel my magic pool. That's pretty damn impressive."
"Thank you,"
said the demon with a smirk.
"Lucifer herself couldn't break that enchantment. Now, we're all going to torture you for a very, very long time, and only after we're done will you die."
"Yeah, sure I will." Matt yawned. "By the way, you are aware that I still have access to my soul, right?" The demon raised an eyebrow.
"And what threat is your soul to?"
Matt unleashed his wings, which were, indeed, an extension of his soul. They spread for miles, paralyzing every being beneath their shadow through the sheer force of Matt simply existing. He stood, easily shattering his bonds with a wide grin, his eyes pitch black as he summoned a massive scythe. This is what happens when you don't know who you're fucking with. I'm not trapped here with you. Do I even need to say the rest? So, those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Marx, me here, loving the demon voice. Aw, I'm glad to hear that. Alrighty-roo. Toast medium, Marx's questions. 1, should I have just named Matt from the beginning? It just felt way funnier to me for him to introduce himself later on, and for the story itself not to acknowledge his name until that point. 2, any glaring plot holes or issues? 3, did the ending come across as super OP as I intended? 4, I was tempted to use the prompt directly at the end, and instead I went for a similar phrase that got the point across. Would either have worked, or would this be one of those cases where a direct use of the prompt would have been best? So feel free to answer any and all of those questions in the chat. Aw, thanks for I was gonna say thanks for the Magistrate Iron Lung. Thanks for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. Bit short on bits this week, so that's the last one. Really appreciate it. I mean, you could have saved them for next week, because we have everything unlocked, but I still really appreciate it. Alrighty-roo. Well, I greatly enjoyed this story as well. Let's see. I guess I'll start just going through specifics and then talk about general stuff at the end. Another one I'll probably be a bit nitpicky about because I don't have a lot to critique besides nitpicks, but so his hands weighed down by a mystic artifact with glowing runes. To be honest, that very much conjured the image to me of, like, he's holding the mystic artifact and it's weighing his hands down, not he's cuffed by mystic cuffs. So I think just saying, weighed down by mystic cuffs or magical cuffs, like, they might be a super special artifact. But, we don't need to know that there is a super special artifact. All we need to know is that they're cuffs and they're mystic and they're weighing them down. I really like your description of the demons. I especially like some had rows and rows of razor sharp teeth and some had claws. Most had both. It's kind of a switcheroo that it kind of seems like you're saying, like, oh yeah, these guys had this and these guys had this. But then to kind of take it to a different level and go, oh wait, no, some had this and some had that, but most had both. I think that really works to amp up the terror, that it's like, this is scary. They have different looks and that makes them scarier. Some have scary teeth, some have scary claws. Most of them have both the scary things, and I think adds to the scariness of it. And then, going to them, okay, they're all scary. What's the emotion here? What's the emotion they're feeling? And showing that they're all looking upon him with seething hatred adds to, like, ooh, like, this is a really scary, intense situation. That works super well. And so then when you set all of that up, and the response to all of that is, hi! And him trying to wave and going, I'm mad. Oh, I'm A+. No, S tier. That is absolutely fantastic. And like how I described it in the council is that like his personality cuts through the scene like a knife, and that can be something that's like quite difficult to do. That especially in 350 words, it can be difficult. It can be difficult to get your character's personality across, and they might, like, your characters might seem a little bit generic because you don't really have the time to give them a super strong voice or to have them do something that's super characterful for them. And so I think this is so cool that you were able to have his personality shine through so strongly that it cuts through the scene like that. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. And the other thing about it is that, like, some of the stories were pretty dark this week, and so, like, this one definitely set up as it was also going to be a pretty dark story. And the scene is dark. That like, yeah, what's happening here, objectively scary, not cool stuff. And so... but his personality cuts through it so strongly that the scene becomes a lot more fun, funny, and jovial. And, like, that's incredible. Like, not only does the character's personality come through, it changes the entire tone of the scene. And I think that is just some really good character writing. I think that's really amazing. And I don't know how to make it a challenge, but I feel like that should be our challenge for next week. And I especially love, because it already does that with just, hi, I'm Matt, but especially with him, like, trying to wave, or, like, trying to wave. And then riffing off each other is great, that, like, we know who you are. Well, you clearly don't, or you wouldn't have brought me here. And I love that, like, the demon doesn't seem just incompetent, that the demon leader, and the throne image works really well, is like, oh, I know what you're thinking. It's like, you have no idea what I'm thinking. And, we believe him because Matt's personality has been cutting through, and then when the demon's like, yeah, you're thinking that we're dumb, and he's like, I am thinking that you're dumb. Touché! That makes the demon seem extra competent, which then makes the ending all that more powerful, that it's like, no, not only did, he seem like a winner from the beginning, even when the demon seemed competent, he's still, a winner here. I think that works super well. And I don't think it quite works for what you were doing here, but I do think it would be funny if it was like, you have no idea what I'm thinking, and then, he's like, you're thinking that we're idiots for bringing you here, and then Matt's like, actually, I was thinking about getting ice cream later. That could be pretty funny. But good guess. No, I guess, it could work if it was like, actually, I was thinking about getting ice cream later, but that was my second thought. And I am surprised that there exists magical cuffs, even a magical artifact in this world that can, cut him off from his magic pool, considering all the things I know about Matt. So, I think that also, if you know Matt, really sets up that, it actually seems like the demons might be not a threat, but like they might actually have him cornered here. And so I think that works well, and I'm super curious about how these cuffs were created and what they are. And then I think that, probably for folks who don't know the universe, then probably saying Lucifer himself couldn't break that shows you people who don't know the universe won't realize that Matt is more powerful than Lucifer. But name dropping Lucifer will probably be enough for people to go, oh yeah, that sounds pretty powerful. And then, I like that their threat is, not just we're gonna kill you, it's, a more scary threat, and he's yawning at it and going, hey, yeah, sure I will. That's great. So I honestly, my biggest question for the story has to do with me knowing the universe, which is great. A great problem to have, that like you want it to be that newcomers understand the story and universe knowers have questions. That's a much better problem to have. But I am wondering, like, how his soul is different from his magic pool and how his wings come from his soul. Because I know that, like, grace for angels is like their soul. I don't think I quite thought it was a full-on extension of their soul, just, like, it's adjacent to their soul, but I could also see it, indeed, being an extension of their soul. And then, I know their wings are made from grace, because of their grace, and so, although granted, I guess, like, they do still have wings and they don't have grace, they're just, gray, so I don't know, but anyway, so I'm guessing that's kind of the explanation here, that it's like, it either literally is his grace, or it's like, I don't know, his deathness, his death horsemanness is in that spot where the grace goes, and like that is an extension of his, that's part of his soul, and that can create the wings and stuff like that. But yeah, like, this sounds like a magical thing, and so I'm not quite sure what the difference is between his soul and his magic pool, and why he can still do that. And then for this here, so, like, I get what you're saying here, of, like, the wings being unleashed kind of, like, notifies the world the Horseman of Death exists, and then everyone's like, he is the personification of the apocalypse, I can't take it. And so I understand the line of, the force of him simply existing in that sense. However, especially for newcomers, like, but even a little bit for people who know the universe, he did exist before this point. He was sitting there existing before his wings came out. And so I do think that, at least saying, like, the sheer force of the Horseman of Death existing, or using a different phrase than existing, would be good there. Well, let's go to the questions. So I'm not quite sure what you mean, because you say, should you have just named Matt from the beginning? You do. So did you change it? Did you like originally have Matt's name at the end, and then you got enough comments that were like, yeah, you should have named him at the beginning, that you changed it? Or did you mean like the Demon Eradicator is the name? That also isn't the end. that also is, I would say, the middle. And I don't know what, I don't know what he's... Yeah, there's no name he's given at the end. So I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. I think it works for him to say I'm Matt at the beginning, and I think it works to say he's the Demon Eradicator in the middle. And I do prefer the Demon Eradicator in the middle rather than up front. I think that having the audience unsure why he's so chill, I think that works super well for the story. But yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying there. Yeah, I don't think I really saw any glaring plot holes or issues, just that question about the soul thing. Did the ending come across as super OP as intended? Absolutely. 4, I was tempted to use the prompt directly at the end, and instead I went for a similar phrase that got the point across. Would either have worked, or would this be one of those cases where direct use of the prompt would have been best? So do you mean it would basically be like, he stood easily shattering his bonds with a wide grin, his eyes pitch black as he summoned a massive scythe. This isn't how I die. Do I even need to say the rest? Something like that. I'm not sure, because the thing is, like, I think what you have works. Like, I don't think it's a problem. I personally am not the biggest fan of it, just because it is a bit cliche. But using the direct prompt might have had its own issue. Like, it might have been better, but it also might have been like, oh, I'm not the biggest fan of that because you use the prompt directly. So I feel like either you went for a cliche or you went for the prompt used directly. I probably would have complained no matter what. But I also feel like both work. I also feel like both are ultimately fine. So, it's just up to whatever you like more. And I do like that he didn't finish it, because it would have been a lot more cliche if he had just used the cliche straight, but him basically telling the demons and the audience, I know this is a cliche, I don't have to finish it, definitely helps. It definitely helps make it less cliche. Alright. Introducing him as the man for the first few paragraphs. Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, that was fine for me. I didn't have an issue with it. He do be a man. I guess not. I guess he don't be a man. I guess he be a demon angel death hybrid. Death's horseman hybrid. He is only Death's horseman. That is his race, his species, his title, his phylum, his genus. But anyway, so yeah, didn't stick out. That were fun. I liked him saying like, "Hi, I'm Matt." All right, let's see what folks have been saying. He's captured way down by the most sacred artifact, a fireproof rubber ducky. Amazing. Agreed about his personality, you mean? If you got someone chained down like this and their first reaction isn't to pull on the chains, run. Absolutely. I don't know what the That's Fair is about. Setting up a tone and having a character cut through that tone, maybe? Yeah, that could work. That would be amazing. Is that what I was talking about? Actually, I was thinking about ice cream, but, that was my second thought. Most people's souls wouldn't be an extra power source, except for angels if they have grace, but Matt specifically has an extra powerful soul. Well, that actually gives me more questions than answers. That you're basically saying, yeah, soul is not usually a power source, but his is. So, like, how is his a power source if, like, that's not how souls work in general? And wings are extensions of the soul, which is why they're still there with fallen angels, just dimmer. Gotcha. So it's like, they still have their soul, they just don't have the grace part of their soul. So, like, they still have the wings, they're just dimmer. Gotcha. And death all the way down. Exactly. Yeah, Hero. Wow, you put a lot of thought into rendering me vulnerable, villain. Thank you, Hero. Too bad it failed. Exactly. Yes, the magic test of a backflipping rubber duck that breathes fire. Amazing. Yeah, powered by souls. That does work as a prompt. All right. Very, very good, very fun story, Marx. Let us go on to question time. We need like some song for question time. I guess that's what when Mako usually talks about. Usually uses the meme time song. I don't think I have any other questions saved. So do you guys have any questions? Yep, the last question was the question we used last time. Is Sam here? I don't think that I've seen Sam. Him having a powerful soul is definitely part of him being a proto-god, basically. In one sense that makes sense, in another sense it doesn't. I'm trying to think how to explain it. I guess I don't know. I don't know if this will work, but I guess it's kind of like, alright, electricity is usually a power source. Alright, that's how power happens in this world. A pencil is not usually a power source. You can't draw any power from a pencil, right? You can't get any electricity from a pencil, really. But this pencil is. You know, kind of like, I'm like, sure, saying this pencil is about to become a god does kind of answer it, but it's like, okay, if like electricity is power, and like pencils don't create electricity, how does this pencil create electricity? Even if it's a proto god, you know. He actually does spread his wings across all existence if he's actually destroying everything, so it has a specific purpose. I was thinking that. I was like, isn't there another story, you know, that where he spread his wings and Layla is like, stop, you're gonna kill everything and everyone. So like, why does it not just kill everyone rather than just like pressure them here? I think it's more like lemons aren't usually a power source, but this is a really big lemon. All I know is about potatoes being used as batteries, so I assume that's like riffing on maybe lemons can be used as batteries if they're super big. Gotcha. That does make more sense. Ooh, that is a good one, Deathshead. I like it. Where did my stand for my artifact go? What? Where'd it go? Oh, this little ball that I've been playing with, it has a little stand, and it just like disappeared. It disappeared off the face of the desk. What happened? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. gives you lemons, make a battery, use them for power. Which lemonade could be power, depending on your neighborhood. Lemons, potatoes, same concept for this. Fair. Lemon batteries are also a thing if you have many, many lemons. Gotcha. Oh, thank you. I was literally about to use that example. I was about to say, yeah, the next prompt is this, and I know it doesn't work. Thank you for stopping me. But yeah, so like, for those of you who know what the prompt that won is, I do know that this is coming from, the prompt that won is pretty specific, and it's pretty specific about like a certain, I don't know, trope, I guess. And judging by this question, Death does not have this thing, this trope at all in his stories. And in fact, his stories might be intending to go against that trope and very much not have that. And so I totally understand this being a difficult prompt, and this is a worthy question regarding it. So, how do you do that? If it's like, this is highly specific, you need to have this thing in the story for it to work for the prompt, but I don't want this thing in my story. I don't want this thing in my ongoing universe, And of course, I know obviously an answer to this question could be, don't write in your ongoing universe, write a one-off this week. But that's not really the spirit of the question. The spirit of the question is, you want to write for your ongoing universe, how do you do it, Darn it, I can't answer my own question. I mean, if you've discovered an answer in attempting to write, if you've attempted to write for the prompt or whatever, you can answer it. Unless you really mean you don't know the answer to it, and that's why you're asking. Well, the paralysis is from the shadow of his wings. They aren't actually touching them. So what are his wings touching them? Are they touching birds? Are they touching clouds? Are birds being obliterated from existence? Oh, your answer would spoiler what won. Very fair. I guess while we're doing the break, then your challenge is to figure out if there's a way to say your answer without spoiling it and talk about it in general terms. Marx, my answer, alternate universes. Fair, but also kind of similar to the just write a one-off answer. All right, I should go to my break. Okay, resuming tunes. Oops. There we go. Oh, whoa. I have Cat. Oh. I have Cat, and we'll see how long she allows me to sit here with her. So cute. I guess I mean more of, how long till she gets up. I return to, for unlimited power, you could write about a guy strapping buttered toast to the back of a cat and connecting it to a generator, or a spell that restored your mana by the exact amount it takes to cast. So we're having some good ideas here in chat. We're having a good time, I see. I did some thinking of my own. I'm not sure if I should save my answer for the end or start with it.
Okay.
But I have an answer this time. I saw the tag. I see Deathshead has given an answer, that is spoilery, but in the secrets chat. Yeah, I think I'll take a look at that after once we announce the prompt. Oops. Well, so I'm always looking for new ways to turn prompts on their heads. Oh, stop it, Discord. I don't know why. There we go. Okay. I usually do this by looking at my options when it comes to double meanings. A new chapter can refer to a book, a new era, a new branch of an organization, and see how I can mix and match and combine them. Though most of the time I have to go, does this fit the aesthetics and themes of my world? I have a lot of wiggle room due to having many universes. I'm less on that front. Yeah, that's very fair. That you can check in with your different universes. You can check in with your alternate universes to your universe. Yep, that in a simple way is basically my answer as well. So how do I write a prayer prompt that doesn't relate to my ongoing stories? Well, given that I have a few different settings, sometimes I can find one of them that works even if it doesn't for my other ones. And yeah, I've written one-offs, but just not wrote that week. But if the prompt very specifically goes against something in my setting, I'll just subvert the prompt. Find a way to use the prompt to write the exact opposite of what it says, although the narrative will set it up as if I'm writing it straight, or find a way to twist the prompt into a completely different direction in a playful way. Yeah, great point. That is a great point that... and that can be difficult to do, to like write the opposite of the prompt. And so great clarification there of like, you start by playing it straight and then subvert it by the end. That works very well. Welcome, Raiders. Well, if in the case of I can't find a double meaning, I try to find something close. For example, my story for Cat Distribution System was going to be about a young dryad woman adopting a Kate, Sith boy. Sometimes it's just a matter of close enough. Yeah, that's fair too. No, and I find this question a bit odd, because to me the point of doing writing prompts has never been to make them suit existing stories, but to simply rise to the challenge. Let the prompt guide you to become more flexible and diverse in your writing, to surprise yourself. The idea of shoehorning every prompt into an existing world feels stagnant to me and limiting in what I can create. I have discovered so many new and interesting worlds by going into a prompt with a blank slate and an open mind. Even when I do create sequel pieces not premeditated, the prompt sparks a new idea and guides the direction of an existing story. No, it's not the spirit of the question. That's not really the MO of the group to write one-offs, but I believe developing writing skills means also trying different things, different styles of storytelling. On a fundamental level, it's important for honing a writer's skill set, but not always trying to write within the same parameters. Very interesting answer. So, I totally get you, and I feel like this is completely valid. But one thing I will say is that, like, it's completely valid if you're like, that really doesn't speak to me, I'm really not into the universes, and this is how I think, like, 100% works, and I totally get that. But if you're kind of saying, like, you know, how do I even phrase this? If you're kind of saying, oh, it's bad writing to write in an ongoing universe, like, I strongly disagree with that. I mean, of course, obviously, I do that, so obviously I'm biased, but, like, I absolutely think that you can hone in your writing skills, you know, by writing in the same universe every week, and I think you can rise to the challenge. It's just gonna be in a different way. That for some people like yourself, it's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna let the prompt speak to me, and like wherever it takes me, if it takes me to a sequel, great. If it doesn't, great. But not everybody works that way, and so other people are gonna go, I love my universe, I want to write in my universe, I'm not really inspired by writing random one-offs, you know, I'm not really about that. And so how do I use this prompt, you know, to challenge me to write new things? What sorts of avenues can I go down in my own universe? You know, I think is an equally valid way to challenge yourself, inspire yourself, and become a better writer, as is writing one-offs every week. So I think both are completely valid ways to write for the writing group and to hone your skill sets as a writer. But I don't think that one is better than the other, and so I don't want to encourage, you know, being like, you know, that one is better than the other or anything like that. And like, you know, in terms of like, it's not really the MO of the group to write one-offs. I mean, some people do. Like, sure, I do think that the people who write every week do write in one consistent universe. But I think there are also plenty of people who write one-offs and stuff like that. And that is interesting to think about. And because I think that is part of it, that, like, do I enjoy writing one-offs? Yes, I do, because I just enjoy writing. And so, absolutely, it can be really fun to use a prompt to just, I don't know, take a prompt in different directions with it. I mean, like, you know, I'm trying to write more for this elegant literature contest stuff every month. I don't know if I'll get it. I'll get I don't know if I'll get it every month, if I'll be able to write something every month, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get these 2 months in a row, and those they pretty much have to be one-offs, you know, because they're for a contest. I enjoy that. I think it's fun. And so, however, if I only wrote one-offs for this group, would I write every single week? Probably, because I have OCPD. But taking that aside, would I be as invested in writing every week if I didn't have an ongoing universe? No. Because writing in an ongoing universe is part of what makes this fun, because I love exploring my characters, my universe, my settings in the form of these prompts, and then getting feedback and fans of the universe and stuff like that. And so that does, I guess, the fact that all the people who write every week, at least I think it's all the people who write every week, are in a larger universe, speaks to that. That other people might be feeling the same way, of like, that's what keeps you coming back, because you love writing about these characters and love using these prompts for these characters and stuff like that. Yeah, well, I think Wolf also clarified. Wolf says, to clarify to newbies, this is just a trend within the writing group. There is nothing against the rules there's nothing in the rules about writing one-offs. Most people here just prefer to write in a particular universe or add to a particular story, because really the answer is write a one-off. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. I mean, I think I kind of said it too, but yeah, to reiterate, absolutely, please feel free to write one-offs. This is just something that a lot of people in the writing group like to do, and I'm just trying to highlight both are good, and like, try not to judge the other group for doing their thing, you know, because both, I think, writing one-offs and writing universes are both super valid, and if whatever makes the writing group more fun for you, do that, you know? Welcome, Coco17 Cat. Yeah, each extreme question looked at Owen's streak of not writing for prompts outside of occasionally making fun of Zeus. Beats me, and to be honest, wait, deja vu. Worst case scenario, you just absorb that one off into your universe later. Yeah, right, a one-off, something that seems like a one-off, but it's in your universe. Oh, you can't respond to what Norman said? Is there a reason? Oh, is that spoilery? Yeah, to answer, Wolf Mako says, technically the spirit of the group is to write a one-off, something entirely self-contained. Half of us are just have attachment issues, and I need to see what happens next. Or really are just using the prompts to kick us in the pants to actually write our books. Half of us is a grave generalization, do not take it seriously. Absolutely, yes. Eddie, for a more serious response, even though I genuinely have barely written any stories in a long time, this is precisely why the few shared universes that I have written for have very loose canons. Loose canons. I think the Olympus stories only have 2 sets of story B, definitely comes directly after story A situations, but you can place every other story in that universe in any order you want. The 2 stories about Dick Seymour also fit in either order, and the more serious, soft sci-fi universe I wrote a couple stories for 2 years ago also has the 2 stories set so far apart from one another that even I don't care which one comes first. So if I really want to write for a prompt, I just do it. Real life issues notwithstanding, of course, as I have missed a few I wanted to write, but was either uber busy that week or wasn't in a proper mental state to write. In fact, I believe I'm among a small group of people here who, while not actively against the ongoing universes, complain from time to time about how hard it is to follow some storylines due to most people only writing in their ongoing universes. Fair. So I don't know, like... So the question isn't really about, like, oh, how do you make sure that every story follows after the next? Because I think pretty much all of us who write ongoing universes don't have our stories follow one after another. They're just jumbled in any place in the universe, and that's part of what makes them hard to follow, you know? This is more about, like, your world is set up one way, and the prompt goes completely against the way that your world is set up. Like, that kind of thing. Like, I don't know. I don't think this really works, but the first thing that comes to mind, like, using your Olympus stories, for example, is something like, there are no gods. And it's like, well, there absolutely are gods in my universe, so what do I do with that, you know? That one is pretty easy because you could just have someone not believe in your gods and stuff like that, but it's that kind of thing where it's like this directly opposes what's going on in my universe. Yep. Deathshead replies, I try to make my stories all understandable on my own. That is the struggle that, like, all of us who write in universes, we're all trying to follow that rule of making your story stand alone. It's just that sometimes we fail. It's just that sometimes we're bad at it. Yep, Eddie says, I'm sure everyone does, but sometimes you just fall into assumptions because you're so used to your own universe, you don't realize others might not get it. The you wasn't you, specifically just a general you, yep. And, like, you know, I don't think I've asked this directly, but, like, you know, any newcomers here who, like, just got here, when you look at, you know, the stories that have, like, a parentheses thing on top of them, do you feel confused and dread, or do you feel, like, intrigued and excited to learn about the universe, you know? Or do you find them hard to follow or difficult to follow? So my response for cat distribution system was writing about a character playing a gacha game with cat girls. Nice. Yep. Very, very fair, Deathshead. Yeah, Zia Miller says a good 50% of the plot of A Devil's Tale came out of Foundry and archive prompts, and I was like, yeah, that'd be good for a book. Now that story's almost done, and I'm hopping around in the timeline a lot more. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Yeah, that can be another thing, too, where, like, it starts as a one-off, and then it turns into a book because of these writing group prompts, which I absolutely love. Massa, yeah, there's no temporal continuity in my stories. In some cases, I'm not even sure if the timeline is very fair. I forgot to ask this. I had another very different question. Do any of you have a clip or at least a picture of, like, a character? It can really be from anything, just as long as there's a good, like, visual of it. Of a character, preferably a character absolutely sloshed, who is like, what? The party's over? Or some variation of not wanting a party to end. I need such a clip or a meme for the next Pride and Prejudice video. But I don't know, you know, where to find them. But yeah, like, I don't know if I should spoil it, but it'll probably help you find clips if I do. Basically the joke is that, like, they keep saying, like, oh yeah, Mr. Bingley, he's so great, and, you know, he's so agreeable and handsome and rich, and also he's upset when the party ends, and he wants the party to go all night. And to a modern ear, it just sounds like some drunk guy, like, wanting to go to the next pub, you know, and the next pub, and the next pub, sort of thing. So, like, I really want to find some clip and be like, yes, this is the ideal man to them. But I don't know exactly where to look. But back to this question. Marx, my actual answer would be to possibly try to find a non-literal use of the prompt, or change the implied scale of the prompt. If it's talking about godlike power, a normal human might seem godlike to a bug. Yeah, great point. Also, side characters or making a new character would work as well. Like a same universe, but new character. Mako. Marx's answer is pretty good. It's basically what I was going to say. But anyway, when I don't have an immediate idea for a prompt, sometimes I just need to look deeper or wider. With this prompt, I had no idea what to do with it, but then midweek I remembered I'd had this scene in my head for years. But it was a side character that's only been mentioned like 4 times, so of course I didn't think of it at first. You can take it as an opportunity to expand the world, or go forward or backward in time, or do something jokey with it. Indeed. Like unlimited power, you can write about a man strapping buttered toast to the back of a cat and connecting it to a generator. Or a spell that restores your mana for the exact same amount it takes to cast. Indeed. You're hearing me in round? Okay, nobody else is repeating.
Oh, cat. Oh, shoot. Snotty baby. Let me get you. Let me get you. Baby. Oh, poor thing.
Hello, Double Danger Dad. Welcome. So I think that Deathshead gave you the link and stuff, but if you don't know and you're still here, we are a writing group. We write 350-word microfiction and for a prompt, and then I read some of the stories here on Twitch on Saturday. Your phone was playing 2 instances of the stream. Fair. Loose cannon would also make a fun prompt, for sure. Apparently cannon with 1 N and 2 N's is technically the same word. Really? Hey, Denico. This stream is longer than I thought it would be. Oh yeah, we're only halfway there. We are living on a prayer for my sanity. NASA has to get going, but it was great to have you.
Oh, kitty. There's cat. Wait. There she goes. Oh, it's so cute. You make me sleepy. Kit.
I hear it falling. But yeah, my answer is pretty similar to some of the others, which is that usually at least one of the words in a prompt will have multiple meanings. And of course I'll use that as an example when I announce the next prompt. But, you know, like let's take, if the prompt was, say, a talking dog. What if in your universe animals don't talk, and you definitely don't want animals to talk? Well, talking can have multiple meanings rather than just using human words. You could just talk about, the command speak and how your dog, barks when you tell it to talk. It could be like a husky that sounds like it's talking, but it's not really. It could be that you're trying to communicate with your dog and you're like, yeah, they don't talk with words, but they do talk to us. Dog could have different words. A dog could be like an insulting way to refer to a person. And so it could be like, oh, you're not a person, you're a talking dog. That kind of thing. So yeah, just like look for the words that can be taken in multiple different ways and then take it in one of those different ways. Hello, Ados. This isn't how I DYE. Nice. Yeah, some people are referred to as X's dog. Exactly. It makes me think of CL and Black Butler being the Queen's watchdog, and so it can be that kind of thing of like, oh yes, you know, the Queen's watchdog really knows how to talk his way out of things, you know, that kind of thing. The Queen's watchdog's dog really knows how to talk his way out of things. Why does that work so well? Ciel's called the Queen's watchdog. His butler, you know, his dog, Sebastian, is named after a literal dog. Oh, that's too good. The Queen's watchdogs and guard dog. Yes, dog is a bottle of Newcastle Brown Ale, and after a few of those, yeah, I might imagine them talking. Ooh, I like that it's like you're given this, the dog, the ale, and then you start talking about things that you shouldn't. Exactly. So, yeah, that's exactly the thing. Just like, if this goes against your universe, then try to find the word that you can take in a way that does, you know, kind of a thing. A tough guy menaces character X call off your dog. Exactly. Alright, well, hold on just a second. My head is hurting, and I feel like it'd be a good idea to get some medicine for it. It's not one of those horrifying headaches that I usually get, but it could get there if it's allowed to fester, so, you know, just give me a second. Alright. I think with these ones I will try and put a timer on, and so that I'm attempting to do my best not to overexert myself. Alright. Case opened by EnTangled. 349 words. Noises woke a woman up. She opened her eyes, only to notice she wasn't sleeping normally. She was floating in the air. The woman looked down. Strangers in uniforms were around the house. Who are they? Where am I? She thought as some looked up at her. Eep! She flew into a corner to avoid the gazes, but the officers didn't notice her. In the middle of the room, a body was hanging there. What? The woman tried to remember. There was only one thing she knew. That lifeless body. It was her. Detective. A man wearing a leather coat entered the room and was greeted by the others. He took a look at the corpse and turned away, as if he had no interest in it. Tell me the details. Yes, detective, one of the officers answered. There's a report at 08:53 a.m. from the woman's neighbor. I heard a loud crash inside the room, but no response when he knocked on the door. We found her body like this when we arrived. The officer flipped his notebook. No traces of the body's struggle. A piece of writing was found on her computer. Further analysis is needed, but from the current evidence, I'm confident to say this is a suicide. Suicide? The woman's ghost couldn't believe what she just heard. But why? She held her hair tightly with her hands, wanting to squeeze anything out of her head. Why can't I remember anything? She cried, slid down against the wall, and fell onto the ground. The detective finished his observation of the house. He yawned and called the others. There are two suspicious things. A brand new jar of jam in the kitchen, just unpacked. A matching pair of shoes and socks near the door. Signs of her preparing the rest of the day. The woman's attention was caught by the detective, listening to his every word. The situation was still really confusing to her, but there was one thing she could understand. That means it's not a suicide. The detective darkened his face. It's a murder. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I apologize in advance that these last 4 stories are probably gonna... I'm probably not gonna do nearly as good a job with them because I'm tired and the aforementioned head hurting. But I'll do my best. Then it was just, this isn't how I die. And I'm not sure if this needed a content warning. I don't know if it needs one. I probably still would have given one of just, like, mentions of suicide. Because that is a topic that could potentially, you know, just mentions of it could potentially really trigger people. But, you know, it's not a huge problem that you didn't have one or anything. I really like that title so much. I didn't even catch it the first time I read it, and then I reread it, and I'm like, oh, that's good. That's fun. So this is weird because we've been talking about thes, right? That, like, you know, when you're like, did to do the hologram, we're like, what do you mean the hologram? We didn't know about a hologram. Don't you mean a hologram? But I learned from this story that there is a weird quirk to that. That it should be the in the first sentence. Because something about noises woke a woman up sounds very awkward, and I really wish I understood that rule well enough to know why it should be the in the first sentence. She woke up would also work fine, even though you haven't named her. So yeah, but anybody who knows more about why that's a thing, do say in the chat. I like the setup. I like that we start with her floating. There's already something wacky going on. And then, you know, ooh, there's strangers around. What's going on? Very dynamic and interesting opener. I have mixed feelings on the Eep. On the one hand, it's super cute, and it really sets up her character that, you know, she's not, I don't know, she's not like a serious, proper lady who'd be like, oh no, whatever has befallen my domicile. You know, she's a little shy and scared, maybe a little young, and so she would go eep, and scurry away. But it does also feel like a little odd, a little awkward, rather than just straight up saying, you know, she flew into the corner. Though I guess another thing would be that does indicate they didn't hear her because she made a loud noise. So, I don't know. So there's an interesting thing in that I think that when you say a body was hanging there, then immediately a lot of people's minds will go to, like, an actual hanging. However, there is a potential confusion there, which is that she was floating and then the body is hanging, which could mean that it's more something like the gravity is turned off, or, you know, the gravity was turned off in the spaceship, or that oh, I just had another example and I'm not remembering it. Or somebody cast a spell on the house and made everything float and stuff like that. I'll say that for the floating thing, I just got the image of, like, I don't know, I haven't seen The Exorcist, but I feel like I've seen a shot of, like, a person, like, floating up above the bed, just, like, flat, horizontal. Either that or some other horror movie. So that's the image I got of, like, you know, a horrifying possession kind of situation. But, yeah, so, like, not a huge deal, but definitely a potential confusion that, you know, making it clear. Granted, this would add the need for content warning if you were more descriptive about it, but if you said something like a body was hanging there by a noose or something, that would make it very clear. If you said, you know, how she was floating, if she was floating, you know, standing up, or something, or not, there's a weird thing with this sentence, which is that I think I made this comment. Yeah, I made this comment here. This would be great to introduce earlier. And then I reread it, and you do introduce it in the second paragraph that she tried to remember, but there was only one thing that she knew. And on the one hand, I do think this suffices. On the other hand, I think there's a slight clunk to the sentence that's enough to not fully get to, like, she really can't remember, like, anything about her life. And so I think just saying, like, she couldn't remember anything except one fact, that lifeless body, it was her. I think that would be a little bit clearer, but that's a little bit nitpicky. But also that's also advice on how to cut words. You know, that's saying she couldn't remember anything except for one fact, I think is less words than what you have. So honestly, like, one of my biggest critiques for the story is a more technical thing, which is that I had quite a few issues with the quotation marks throughout the story. I think that the absolute biggest issue here is the formatting of this. Because the question I was actually going to ask, which I have here, so who is the detective? Are they both? Is detective, okay, a man wearing a leather coat enters the room, and so this man just said detective. So this man is not the detective. This man, who is not the detective, is also the one saying, tell me the details. And then, yes, detective, one of the officers answered. And so I'm kind of going, either they're both detectives, or like, there's like a detective who hasn't spoken and hasn't actually, like, we've not actually seen him. I realized after like 2 or 3 reads that I think this is the problem. Because if you just say, detective, new line, a man wearing a leather coat. Aha, this man is the detective. But automatically, when you have, you know, dialogue, and then you have something right after, it means that whoever's in the thing right after spoke. Like, that's the thing. And so if someone totally unrelated to the man wearing the leather coat is the one saying this, it should be its own line. And then the other thing about the quotation marks, this is something I've talked about before. This is not technically wrong to have thoughts in quotation marks. It's just something that peeves me. So, like, you know, if you want to keep doing it, it's fine. Like I said, it's not technically wrong. But for me, I highly do not recommend it, because so easily thoughts in quotation marks just read like spoken dialogue, and or the reader can't tell what's spoken dialogue and what's thought, which did happen here. So this one you say she thought, so we know that that's a thought. Okay, but I don't know if this is a thought or spoken out loud. I don't know if she's internally going eep or if she's externally going eep, because the last quotation marks were internal. I don't know if the what is a thought or spoken out loud. And then this one is pretty clear it's a thought, because you only use single quotes, so that one works super well for me. But why? I don't know if she's saying it out loud. Why can't I remember anything? She cried. So either she's crying that out loud, why can't I remember anything? Or she's thinking it and then literally, you know, sobbing afterwards. I can't really tell. So, like, does that change the story drastically? No, it doesn't change it much if she's speaking these things versus thinking them. But that can be a super important thing, and so I definitely recommend either using this method of single quotes or using italics for thoughts. And then the third thing about the quotation marks is that I think that a brand new jar of jam is the detective speaking. But he just spoke here, and so this one I totally get, you maybe not knowing, because it's a little bit more obscure of a rule. But when you have a new paragraph, like, within the same speaker's dialogue, then you don't quote it on the first line. So, first thing he says, there are 2 suspicious things. Okay, new paragraph, but he's still speaking. All right, there's no end quote. And it's pretty simple. It's just like the quote didn't end, so there's no end quote. He kept talking, but to indicate he's still talking, you keep that quote. I know it's a little weird, but it is clearer than you might think. But anywho, I do really like the description of the detective. I can imagine that he has a presence to him that the other officers don't. I quite like the description of his attitude that, and it hurts even more because we know, the victim. And so it's like, oh, like that's sad that he acts like he doesn't care. But it also makes complete sense. Like, this is his job. This is a Tuesday for him. He doesn't know the person. And so it doesn't really affect him. And that sets him up really well. Yep. And then I think the next part pretty much works. I don't know if you wanted me to say OH53. So I think just 853 is how you usually notate that. I'm curious what the piece of writing was, because of course I assumed that was a suicide note, and that's probably what they assumed too. But we learn at the end that this is not a suicide, and so that really makes me want to know what was it. And so now I'm like, okay, was it a recipe for cake? Was it scones? Scones for the jam? Because it's super important what that was. If it totally sounded like a suicide note, that's a different piece of evidence than if she was looking up a recipe for scones. So even if you start by just saying a piece of writing, I mean, I was gonna say it could be funny if you were like, yeah, there's a piece of writing on her computer. Oh yes, okay, what was it for? A suicide note? It was a recipe for scones. Maybe that would be too funny for the tone. But it would help with the end that it's like, yeah, she clearly was planning on making herself some scones and living. But anyway, so even if you just said a piece of writing here, I do think by the end, revealing what it was would be good. I'm curious why Homie is confident when further analysis is needed. I think saying, further analysis is needed, but from the current evidence, it looks like this is a suicide, I think would work a little bit better. I do really like, her being like, what? I don't remember anything, but I don't think I committed suicide. I think that works quite well. I really like the image of her, trying to squeeze the memories out of her head. I think that's super evocative and vivid. I like that. And I really like the, whether spoken aloud or not, I really like the, why can't I remember anything? That's great. So originally this said his hair, and so that was definitely a pretty big typo, because it definitely seemed like she's going up to the detective and being like, why can't I remember anything? But I think you meant her. And there is some wordiness to this line. She held her hair tightly in her hands. I think just saying she gripped her head would work really well and would save you some words there. Why is Homie so confident? Because he's bad at his job. Fair. I like the yawning. That's again another good characterization of him. So it's interesting because Deathshead has actually been talking about and experimenting with using his, murder mystery universe in some of the writing group stories recently. And I was kind of talking about how hard it is to do a murder mystery in 350 words. And so I do applaud you for doing that. Maybe it's not the full-on, introduce the murder and find out who the murderer is, kind of, contained murder mystery. But it is kind of, we do have a wrong conclusion that is, corrected with evidence and stuff like that. And so I do applaud you for doing that. And I do understand why one of the reasons the evidence might be a little lacking is because it's a 350 word story. You don't have a lot of room. But I do feel like the evidence isn't nearly enough to say for sure that this is a murder. So, honestly, well, okay, let's start with this. So, we're at a new jar of jam in the kitchen. I do feel like saying, like, groceries in the kitchen just unpacked, or, so, a grander thing I think might work a little better, or something even more specific, like, a freshly buttered toast, still warm, then that's like, oh yeah, like it wasn't just that, she got out her jam but decided she didn't want to live anymore. It's like, no, she made herself her toast, it's warm, she buttered it, she was going to eat it and was interrupted. I think that could perhaps be a little bit more evidence there. And then I'm not really sure about the matching pair of shoes and socks near the door, because that just could be, like, where she keeps them. Maybe she keeps her shoes and socks by the door all the time, and, like, even if she decides to die, it's not, a habit that she'd just be like, yes, remove the shoes, I won't be going out. It'd just be like, yeah, the shoes are always there. So I don't know that that's quite a sign of her preparing for the rest of the day. Funnily enough, I actually think the two best pieces of evidence are earlier. I think the two best pieces of evidence that this is a murder are, firstly, the crash. Because sure, like, if she did, like, hang herself, she might, like, kick over the chair and that could cause a crash. Or maybe, she involuntarily thrashed and that caused a crash or something like that. So it's not impossible. But I feel like, if you hear a crash, then it's pretty likely that, it was a murder and not a suicide. And then the other thing that's the great evidence is the writing. That, if the writing is clearly not a suicide note, then that's pretty good evidence this isn't a suicide. And so I think that using those would have been a little bit punchier at the end, and it would have tied better to the middle of the story, that, hey, these things were already mentioned, then the detective puzzled things out differently. I think that could work super well. Throws bananas. You done throwing harpoons? Green bananas in the fruit bowl, yeah, but that she got bananas that aren't ripe yet. Oh. Do I have to hear it? No. Do I want to hear it? Yes. I kind of want to try... Well, the harpoons haven't been working. Fair enough. I kind of want to try something wacky, but let's just do this for now. Oh, I need to move you. It's amazing how much darker it looks on the laptop versus this monitor. Does Grimm have the longest intro of any of the bosses? Did not get the right distance. Nah. Oh, I thought it was gonna get me. I'm too far away. Hi, kitty. Do I hear kitty? I think those are the first hits I've got on him. Ah! Oh, that was really cool. Oh. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Go here. Hang on, just a sec. Hang on, just a little bit longer. Hello. Summon the flesh horse. He is summoned. Alright. I didn't get to do my wacky idea. Hopefully I get to do it by the end. So I lost my place, but something I was really excited to talk about with this story is that let's see, how do I bring it up? So I thought that the direction this story was gonna go in is that it really was a suicide, and she was basically like, what? Like, how could I die that way? Like, this isn't how I die. And then the last line was gonna be the revelation of like, oh, that's why I died this way. I still regret it, but I get it now, you know. And I think that, at least for me, that would have made things more impactful than just realizing it was a murder. Like, sure, realizing it was a murder is dramatic and, you know, potentially less sad than a suicide, but, I mean, it depends. But you know, because this is a 350-word story and, you know, we don't get to hear more about it, then okay.
Kitty cat.
We just kind of end there, and so it's just kind of seemingly, you know, a dramatic note for a dramatic note, and, you know, for the prompt use. But I don't think that you have to change the method for the prompt to come through. I actually think the prompt would come through a little bit stronger if it was like, what? No, like, this isn't how I die. Oh, this is how I die. You know, that kind of thing. I think the other thing that you could have done is you could have had her basically be like, no, it was a murder that she does remember, and she's kind of trying to yell at the officer and be like, no, I was murdered, like, can't you see, there's all this evidence, and so they're like, she's like, this isn't how I died. I think that either of those, for me, could have, made the prompt stronger, and potentially the story itself stronger, too. Not that the story isn't good as is, I just feel like that could have added more to it. And it's an interesting thing, because I was thinking about it, and I realized that part of it is the fact that the detective and the ghost are in the same place, that both of them don't know what happened, and both of them are puzzling out what happened. And so, even though I like the perspective of the ghost, I think it is a lot more dramatic, interesting, sympathetic than the detective's perspective. It's not really necessary to tell the story from the perspective of the ghost, because her perspective doesn't bring much different to the story than the detective's perspective does. And in fact, hearing the detective puzzle it out in his head could have provided even more. And so, if she had a different perspective, such as, no, I was murdered, that really warrants, using her perspective. If she was like, no, I couldn't have died that way, then that also warrants her perspective, because that's, a much stronger use of the prompt and everything. And that could be an interesting challenge, too, of, like, ask yourself why you picked this character for your point of view. Because it's interesting, because this is actually something I struggled with in my spring story, that I was like, I don't know, I think I was going to tell it from one perspective, and then I was like, oh, I'll tell it from the perspective of the new character in the one-off character in this story, and then it'll make it read better as a one-off and stuff like that. But the more that I wrote, the more I felt like, using her perspective wasn't really adding much to the story, that she didn't know what was going on, and so she couldn't have, like, interesting insights into what's going on. She could just be like, oh, that's funky, and then I was gonna use Victor's perspective, because I felt like him, I felt like he could provide something interesting, but I was tripping up with him as well. And so I actually ended up using the one person whose point of view I thought would be the worst, but it ended up, making the story flow best, at least in my writing. So I feel like that, at least for me, that's not really a question I ask often, though granted I write in an ongoing universe with specific points of view, but, I think asking yourself, is this the best perspective to use to tell the story, is not really a question that I think is often asked, and I think it's definitely a worthy thing to ask. I don't want to go too much into it, but it just makes me think of, I don't know if I've said this before, but, like, 10 years ago or actually it's more than 10 years, oh gosh, it's like 15 years now. 15 years ago, when I started this universe, Xavion was not the Viewpoint character, and I just fell so in love with Xavion that I was like, I want to write him more than I want to write the character that was the main character, and so I made him the main character. And I mean, that's one of the fun things about being an author, because I totally think that other writers wouldn't do that. Other writers would keep, the plucky hero type character that I had, the plucky hero who doesn't have any knowledge of the world and everything like that as the main character. She was a lot more of your typical protagonist type character. And then, me experiencing the story, I'd just be like, I like Xavion, I like that one. Too bad we don't get to read more about him. And so that's a fun thing about being an author, is you can go, no, I like this one. I want to read more about this character. I want to write more about this character. They're the main character now. So that's a very different application of this. But anyways, yeah, the point is, I don't feel like that's the kind of thing we usually ask, and I feel like that is a worthy question to ask. Like, is this the best character to pick, you know, to... best viewpoint to pick, you know, to write the story from. I'm assuming you mean who was the main character? A character called Ashley, who slowly faded out of the narrative, who slowly became less and less important. Basically, she was the character who was in Victor's position, sort of. It's weird because there was Ashley, and then there was a mentor character, and the mentor character and Ashley just both sort of got melded into Victor. Yeah, now she doesn't exist anymore.
Kitty cat.
But anywho. The timer did go off, but part of it was in my break time, so I don't know how good or bad we're actually doing. But yeah, I really like this scene. I think the scene itself was really evocative. I can really picture, you know, her waking up to this and the horror of A, everybody being in your house, and B, like, oh no, like, I don't remember anything and I'm a ghost. I do really like the, you know, my favorite part is the, you know, she tried to remember there's only one thing she knew, that lifeless body was her. It really reminds me of Connor's first, well, maybe it's not Connor's first, it might be his second, but one of Connor's chapters in the Dear Evan Hansen book that he actually full on is a ghost in the book, and so he's like, oh, I don't remember all the build up, but there's a line in there that it's like, the kid in the bed, he's me, and that's him like realizing, oh wait, like I'm a ghost, you know, and this totally is reminiscent of that. I've always loved that line, and so I think it works quite well here, and I think there is something interesting and bone-chilling about that being the only thing she knows. It's not even like she knows that she's dead. She knows that that body is her. Like, there's something so much more, you know, unsettling about that. So, yeah, I think I like the scene. I think it's very evocative. It really kept my interest. And, you know, we don't get a ton of detective stories, so I thought that was really fun in that way. So I hope, once again, I hope it wasn't too harsh. You can always, you know, as gently as you can, let me know if I'm being too harsh. But I definitely enjoyed it, and I really enjoyed the, you know, like, questions and things that it makes me ask, both about the story itself and, like, about writing and everything. Let's see, did I miss anything? Ashley, a mentor character, got melded into Victor. Freaky! And now she doesn't exist anymore. Aw, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you know, but to be more clear, the role of mentor and the role of person arriving in Meridia got put onto Victor together. Yeah, and it was, oh, come to think of it, these things are from so long ago that, you know, I was starting to forget how things were, but I think Victor was at one point mentor to Ashley. And so now he's just, instead of the person arriving in Meridia having a mentor, it's just that a mentor arrives in Meridia to mentor the other characters.
Right, kitty? You're cute.
Alright, let us go on to our next story. The Divinity of Suffering. by Joe. 347 words. Their home was in a dark pocket of the universe, where they concentrated on all existing pain. Once I arrived, I felt a floor woven from condensed gravity that gave into my steps. My comfort was in mind. Light shone off of me from the nearest kind star, and showed the one I came here for, the Divinity of Suffering. I saw them riddled with indecipherable injuries. I heard their lungs draw and expire each breath under the convulsions of their chest and twitching muscles, and felt their hobbling teeter a frail balance with every step. Fright undervalued the welling desperation I felt in their presence. I felt I needed to do more than I would ever be capable of in order to end their suffering, while mine grew in witnessing someone fastened to this damning existence. I wanted to run, but I wanted to help. I wanted to free myself, witness their healing. I wanted to comfort, but not be responsible. Run, stay, comfort, isolate, helpless, useless. I was torn in two directions. Every thought I wanted to act on was too much, so I broke down to my knees. The divinity approached and knelt down with surprising ease. "Do not pity me," they said calmly. "But you're a divinity. It's my purpose to feel and understand the pain of all things, not to judge, nor to intervene, but to advise." That's when I noticed their posture was normal, as if their injuries were non-existent. But looking at them showed a level of tolerance I was unable to attain, and I downcast my gaze. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. Your pain still counts. Mine is nothing compared to yours. Comparing pain leads to overexertion for a task that needs practice, not pride. You'll break yourself doing so. Don't compare your pain to the record keeper. It is my purpose, not my prize." I looked up at their surprising answer, and knew then I didn't have to accept dying this way. "Tell me, O pain," and they offered their ears. "I'm dying, but my spirit died first." Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it, but no other reason. Alright, very interesting one. Where is your notes? The toast level is destroy me. Note, I took it in the direction of someone wanting to not be sad about dying and finally finding someone who can help. I tried to do the challenge. Did I do it? Did I do the thing? Let me know. It always it's not, it doesn't happen super often, but it's always a comfort to see someone say like destroy me or reduce me to ashes, because I know that probably means that like that they won't be hurt by my words, because you know, as I just said, I'm always nervous about being too harsh, and so I never I don't even know that I even ever really would destroy someone on the stream, even if they asked for it. But it's nice to know that even if I have like a bunch of critiques for a story, then they're probably gonna, you know, be all right. But anyways, well, I guess speaking of, I do have some critiques to start with. So this seems like a small thing, but for me, it was a bigger thing than it maybe should be, which is that you use the word divinity here to refer to, you know, the god of suffering. It's not wrong. The word isn't incorrect, I don't think. However, the word should be deity, because divinity is like a quality that something has, rather than a noun for a god. And so when I saw the title, I was like, oh, okay, so this is going to be a story exploring how suffering has divinity to it, how suffering is divine in one way or another. Interesting. And so then, you know, here too, I also still thought that. I still thought, like, oh, especially because, and we'll talk about it in a second, the beginning is so, like, abstract that I didn't feel like I fully understood what was happening, and so I was like, okay, like, we're still talking philosophical here. We're still talking about how suffering is divine. Suffering has a divinity to it. I would not have that confusion at all if you just said deity. Every time I'd be like, oh yeah, this is a god. This is a person that, like, personifies suffering, you know. And then going to that, so all your images here are super beautiful. Like, I especially really love this condensed gravity that gave to my steps, like comfort was in mind. That's totally in line with how the story goes, that like, yeah, it's all about comfort, that the divinity, the deity of suffering exists to give comfort and help and advice to others, and so even the setting speaks to that. Same thing with the nearest kind star. This isn't a, you know, a vengeful star glaring at them. It is a kind star. This whole place is a place of comfort and safety. That's really cool and interesting. However, first of all, their home is a dark pocket of the universe where they concentrated on all existing pain. Definitely sounds like the they is our viewpoint character, is our main character, that's like, oh, okay, so we're talking about our main character, their home is in a dark pocket of the universe. Our main character concentrates on all existing pain. I'm not really sure what that means. That's interesting. Once I arrived, oh, there's an I. So definitely one of those times where, you know, once I arrived in their home, you know, we clear that right up. And then, you know, I think it's a little too early to introduce the where they concentrated on all existing pain, because I think it is a little too, like, I don't know, far off philosophical, abstract for readers to understand exactly what that means. It will become clear as the story goes on. And so I think just saying, you know, I arrived at their home in a dark pocket of the universe, I think that's great, you know, for setting things up, and you'll learn that they concentrate on all existing pain later, especially because, like, you wait till the end of the paragraph to even call them the divinity of suffering, and so not introducing anything about pain and suffering makes that a little bit more punchy. There's an eye. Nice. And then the other thing is that, again, while the images are absolutely beautiful and there's nothing, like, wrong with them in that sense, the issue with them is we don't need to know any of this. Like, we don't even need to know the setting, though knowing that we're in a dark pocket of the universe is nice. But, you know, the kind star, the gravity floor, take a lot of words, and they're very complex ideas to start us off with, and ultimately aren't really important. What is important is why the main character is here. And that is not something we ever get. And we'll talk about it more at the end, but I think using these words to instead go like, oh, you know, okay, what did you say? Like, not be sad about dying. That they're thinking about, you know, they're thinking about getting answers. They're thinking about how sad they are about dying. You know, they're thinking about their situation. And so we have some clues as to, like, okay, this is why they're there. The other thing about it is that, especially because of this setting description, it's easy to think that the main character is a god. That the main character is another god. Because how else can they be there? We never really get an answer. And so instead going into how did they get here, why are they here, and making it clear that they're mortal, I think would be a lot more important than the albeit beautiful gravity floor images. I do like saving the divinity of suffering for the end of that paragraph, make it a little more punchy. The description of... Oh, goodness, kitty. Dragon dropped. Dragon dropped and was loud.
Kitty? Oh, don't stretch on the keyboard. Oh, kitty cat. Here. Oh, baby cat.
Um, the description of the Divinity Suffering is really good. I first read it, I was like, oh, that's a lot. It's funny because on rereads it's not as intense as like my initial read thought it was, but I did have pretty visceral reaction to the first time I read it, which I think is exactly what you want, and so I think you did a good job with that. And I it's very like, I don't know, it's the specificity of like the convulsions, the twitching and stuff like that. Like it's not just like, oh, he's super bloody and scratched up. You know, that's not as evocative as talking about like his twitching muscles and stuff like that. I think also, come to think of it, I wasn't even thinking about this, but you know, pain is rather difficult to describe because you can, if you say, oh, it was horrible, it was the worst pain imaginable, I've never felt pain like this, we as the reader are like, okay, I believe you, but I don't have a picture in my head. You know, I'm not there with you, I'm not feeling your pain with you. And so I wasn't even thinking about that, but this, I think, does get me to that place where I'm feeling it more, and I think it is stuff like the difficulty breathing, the twitching, like, these are things that I understand. Wow. Okay. Go on. In or out, you gotta pick. Kitty. I think she's like, why are you in this room all day? Like, let's go other places. Yeah, so I think the description works very well. I do think there's a little bit of obtuseness to, like, this phrasing here of fright undervalued the welling desperation. I think just saying something like, I was too afraid to be desperate, or, you know, how do I say that? Yeah, I guess it is a bit hard to describe, but, you know, I don't know if saying something like, you know, I felt a welling desperation in their presence, but I was too afraid. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is the best description. Anyways. So, thoughts about this part here. So, first thought here. Especially because you have not conveyed why Homie is here. I think this line could easily read as they're here to kill them. That it's like, okay, I need to end their suffering, that's why I'm here. But now this feels like a daunting task. You know, I think that can easily read as that. Which I think is an issue. And then the other thing that's kind of similar but different about that is that they know why they're here, right? And they know, you know, they haven't seen the divinity yet, but they kind of know a little bit about them, right? And so it feels a little bit odd that they're like, yes, I'm here to see the Divinity of Suffering. But when they arrive, instead of going like, oh gosh, you really are suffering. You really do be suffering. Like, oh, this is a lot to watch. Instead, they're like, oh no, I will end your suffering. Or like, oh no, I will run away. Or, oh, but I want to see you healed. Oh, I want to comfort you. You know, like, I like all this, and we'll go into what I like in a second, but I feel like it's well written and well described and everything. It just doesn't feel like it quite fits the situation. Because I don't know if there's anything I can compare it to, but it's just like, if you know that this is the Divinity of Suffering, and you're here to get advice about your suffering, it feels odd that you are kind of reacting like you found a suffering stranger, if that makes sense. That it's like, oh no, I need to end their suffering. It's like, why are you having that thought regarding this deity? Why do you think you can help? That kind of thing. And like, I guess it would work a little bit better if they don't know that that's the god. If they're like, oh, I found this, suffering person and like I want to help them, but can I? And then it's like, oh hi, I'm your god. And then it's like, oh, whoops, I really misread what was going on here. Then yeah, that actually would make these reactions make a bit more sense to me. I'm not quite sure, like, if any of you know better, why exactly it feels odd, then you can say in the chat. But however, I do like these things, and especially like removing the whole like, he knows why he's here, the to see the deity stuff. I do think it's very well described, and these are the reactions of somebody encountering someone suffering, and I really like the transcendentalism, the transcendence, there you go, the transcendence of these lines, that when you come across someone or someone in your life is suffering, then these are the thoughts that you have, that you're like, I want to help, but I don't feel like I'm capable of ending your suffering. And I'm suffering watching you exist like this. I want to run away from this, but I also don't want to leave you. I want to help you. I want to free myself from watching this, but I also want to see you get healed. I want to comfort you, but there might be, I might be responsible for you if I try to help and comfort you. I think that works really well in that sense. And, if the Divinity of Suffering has kind of an aura around them that, kind of makes you feel like you feel around a suffering person, maybe that does work better. I think it's regarding the run, stay, comfort, isolate, helpless, useless. So I think that's what you were saying. You were like, I tried to do the thing. Did I do it? So the challenge this week was make like the words, the cadence of the words sound like or read like what's happening in the story. So my example was it's like something like, as the light reached slowly, oh so slowly towards the carriage, and so that oh so slowly makes things feel slower. And so in this case, I think the question is, do you feel torn? Like, do the words make you feel torn and stuff like that? And well, when I read it to my dad, without him knowing about the challenge at all, just organically, he literally said, you do feel torn in two directions as you read it. So I think that is evidence that you did successfully do the challenge. So good job for doing that. And I do especially like that last bit of run, stay, comfort, isolate, helpless, useless. I especially like the very last pairing of helpless, useless. Especially because, that's, I think, what a lot of people feel when they see someone suffering. They feel useless to help, I'm very curious if you do say, like, showed a level of tolerance as an inability to attain. So I'm curious if the divinity feels the suffering, like the pain, it's real, they really do feel it. But because they're always suffering, they develop a tolerance for it. Or, if they don't really feel it, like they can shut it off and to talk to somebody or something like that. And I definitely think if they really do feel it, that's a lot more powerful than it's like, oh, like, I look like it, but I don't really feel it, A little bit nitpicky, but isn't advising intervening? Like, sure, it's not, like, actually taking action to intervene, but it is, doing something yourself to act upon the situation. But I do like, you know, that from the beginning, the sweetness of the deity, that they're like, hey, I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to feel and advise. You know, I do like that. I really like the I'm sorry, don't be, your pain still counts. I think that's really cool. And this whole ending has a whole lot of transcendence to it, about the idea of comparing pain, that that we often, you know, we'll do this. We'll be like, oh, like, I'm sorry, and you should, you know, express care for other people's pain. But it's important to go, hey, like, this isn't a race, like, you know, we all have our pains, and one pain isn't more, I don't know, worthy of help than another. I don't know. Because, like, I was gonna say, isn't like worse than another, but it's like, no, there are a lot of pains worse than the others. But it's more about, like, comparison. it's more about, it doesn't help to compare our pain, that your pain matters even if it's less than mine. You know, that of course the Divinity of Suffering is having so much more pain than the main character. But that doesn't mean that the main character's pain is worthless or not worth being listened to. You know, like the divinity might be feeling the pain of someone getting, you know, I don't know why I slapped my arm. I was gonna say being stabbed, being stabbed in the heart, and like that might be worse than the pain that the main character is feeling. However, like, that doesn't mean that the main character's pain isn't worth, you know, getting comfort for and from and stuff like that. Later, Ms. McCormack, thank you for joining. I'm really glad you had fun, and then to stop by next week. And I think, you know, this is something that we often do. We often compare pain, right? That's kind of the thing of like, oh no, this terrible thing happened to me last week. Well, this more terrible thing happened to me this week. You know, sort of thing where it's like, okay, both valid. Like, no need to compare the terrible things. We both deserve comfort. We both had bad weeks. You know, that, like, excuse me, kind of thing. Comparing pain leads to overexertion for a task that needs practice, not pride. I think what you mean there is like, well, I might be wrong, but like, feeling pain and suffering, like, takes practice to, you know, gain tolerance or to gain healing, not pride. You know, you shouldn't be like I was just saying, of like, my pain is worse. Like, that doesn't help anybody. But I'm not quite sure, and like, especially because, you know, comparing pain leads to overexertion for a task. It doesn't sound like the pain itself is the task. It sounds like the pain and the non-comparison is needed for a separate task, you know. I do really like the phrasing of don't compare your pain to the record keeper. That's really cool. And of course, I do really like that, like, even I keep, the internet has infected me. I keep wanting to say OP instead of main character. I keep wanting to say, even if OP's pain isn't as bad, even if MC's pain isn't as bad as, other people's or what the divinity's feeling, then it doesn't mean it's not worth listening to and stuff like that. And then we arrive at the last line. So this goes back to what I was saying at the beginning, that I reached the last line, and I feel like this last line is meant to be like impactful and meaningful, but unfortunately I instead find myself confused and yeah, I've been on Reddit too long. Absolutely, that's where I got it. Too many "Am I the Asshole" posts. But anyways, like, I'm confused by it, and I don't really feel the power from it because it hasn't been introduced, and I don't really know what's going on. Like, I'm dying. okay, we didn't know that the main character was dying. We in fact, we might have thought that they were a god themselves and couldn't die. But my spirit died first. What does that mean? Oh, I hear a sneeze.
What does that mean, kitty?
You know, my spirit died first could mean, like, I'm super depressed. It could mean, you know, I lost my dream. It could mean literally someone's soul died, but their body's still walking around. This could be their soul. You know, it could mean many different things. It could mean they're so sad about their diagnosis that they feel like their spirit died. But we don't really know, and so it doesn't really have an impact because we're going, what does that mean, that your spirit died? How did your spirit die? Why is that relevant to what's going on here? And also, I think the other thing is that, like, obviously the dying is there for the prompt, but this story isn't about dying, it's about suffering. And, like, dying is the end to suffering. Well, granted, depending on what you believe about the afterlife, but, you know... The suffering is the living part, and the dying is the conclusion. And so you're kind of left going, like, you know, of course, like, as you are dying, you absolutely can suffer. And if your spirit's dead or feels dead, absolutely that's suffering. But we don't really get more info or more explanation on that, and so it's just kind of a statement of, like, I'm dying, but my spirit died first. And we don't really know, okay, what's the suffering that comes with that? What are you feeling? Why are you here? Kind of thing. And so for both the beginning and the end, that feels super important to know, why is the main character here? You know, what are they? How are they dying? And so you said in your notes that someone wanting to not be sad about dying and finally finding someone who can help. So it's that sadness, that's the suffering, that's why they're there. And unfortunately, I didn't get that at all. I didn't really see the sadness at all. It just kind of felt like, you know, more of just a material, physical, well, I don't know. They're dying and they're here about it, you know, kind of thing. And so I think, you know, saying something about, you know, I was told that he would give me answers, and I was told that the divinity would help ease my sorrow, you know, or ease my fear about dying. You could even say, like, my sorrow about dying. Yeah. I found them, their home. Once I arrived at their home in a dark pocket of the universe, the home of the one who would ease my pain, the one who would help me, you know, not be so sad about dying. There's got to be a more poetic phrasing than not be so sad. But, you know, help ease my fears about dying. You know, just something as simple as that tells you all that you need to know.
Right, cat? Yeah. All that you need to know. Yeah. That's a cutie.
Yeah, the title suggests suffering, apotheosis. What does that mean? I'm sure I've heard that word before, but I don't recall the meaning.
Oh, that's a cute cat. Baby. Baby.
Alrighty-roo. But glad to see you again, Joe. Very intriguing story. Alright, let's go on to Steven. Hopefully Steven is still here. Any last words? Nice, Steven. 342 words. When do you suppose a man dies? The executioner scanned the square. It was fuller than usual, but quieter too. unnervingly so. None of the usual braying and jeering. He peered down towards the voice. The speaker met his gaze. The question, he realized, was meant for him. With a grunt, the executioner nodded towards the large blade of the axe he held, its sharp edge cleaving the morning sun. He spoke no words, but the gesture was clear. Usually when I bring this down. Oh, but my good friend, I disagree. It wasn't often you were called good friend in this line of work, certainly not by the condemned. Is it when he is fortunate enough to draw his final breath in his wintered years, surrounded by loved ones? Or when he is pierced through the heart by a foe? Perhaps when a rather burly fellow with an axe. Well, you know this one. He laughed the laugh of a man whose neck wasn't on the block. No, I believe a man dies when his name is last spoken, when the work he begins is completed, and the last echo of his life finds nothing against which to reverberate, and scatters with the wind. The signal came. The executioner hefted the axe above his head, steadied himself. The crowd held its breath. Usually he felt the spark there, the familiar rush, but today he didn't. Today the spark was absent, and the void it left was filled with crashing uncertainty. The condemned strained to turn his head, met the executioner's eyes. He smiled. Fret not. I expect I shall live for quite some time yet. The executioner brought the axe down with all the force he could muster. Clean. A gift he didn't often give. Sometimes it tilted the blade, a tensing of his arms just before it connected. Not today. Axe met neck, then block with a resounding thud. The condemned's head rolled into the bucket. He seemed dead enough. But who was the executioner to say? He only swung the axe. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Timer time. Oh. This was a very interesting scene. Oh yeah, Stephen had notes. Stephen said, as you can probably see, I made a few edits to this one after posting. Nip here, tuck there, but I'm happy with what I landed on. I can't see. I wouldn't be able to tell. Update 2 further edits, happy with what I landed on. 1, I spent a while on the opening. I feel like there's a disconnect between the opening question and the response to it. Initially, I only referenced the crowd when the axe was raised, but I felt suggesting that the crowd was indifferent to normal was necessary to hint at why the condemned would live on, and the only place I could work that in was the opening. I played about with a version where the question came in later in the intro, but I really liked it as a cold open. So with that all in mind, how do you find the intro? 2, one of my late tweaks was that the condemned was grinning rather than smiling. And the line after his decapitation was, the condemned's head rolled into the bucket, the grin still on his face. I think I like this more subtle version. I think the visual of the grinning head is a little too on the nose for the vibe I'm going for. Interested in other people's take on how that would change the tone, whether that would fit the rest. 3, I tried to keep the emotion behind the final line open to interpretation, curious to what yours might be. Entirely possible everyone has the same interpretation, and it's less open than I thought. 4, trying to think if I have any more questions, but I'm not sure I do. Very happy with other thoughts you might have. Thanks for reading. And you're welcome for reading. Alrighty, Roo. Let's see, I'm trying to decide if I want to start with your first question or not. I think I'll wait. I guess I'll wait, but I'll talk about one aspect to using it as a cold open. So one critique I have right at the beginning about using it as the cold open is, when you suppose a man dies, the executioner scans the square. So are they separate paragraphs? Yes. Could that easily mean that the executioner is not the one that spoke? Yes. But when you see a line of dialogue and then a person comes immediately after, do you kind of assume that the person spoke? Yeah, you do. And then the voice comes pretty late in the paragraph. So, granted, like, maybe that's a reader problem, not a writer problem, because you technically did everything right, but I definitely would not recommend having dialogue and then name of person who didn't speak, your title of person who didn't speak right after. I'd probably say something like, when do you suppose a man dies? The square was fuller than usual, but quieter too, unnervingly so. Like, it's pretty clear the square didn't speak. And so I think if you just immediately go dialogue to setting, I think that would be clearer, it's not the executioner who spoke. And you could do, so like, when do you suppose a man dies? The square was fuller than usual, but quieter too. Unnervingly so. The executioner was used to braying and jeering. He peered down towards the voice. Or you could do none of the usual braying and jeering. The executioner peered down. That one's not really a problem to have that late down in. And a little nitpicky, but I think that, let's see, where did I say it? No, not there. I don't know where I said it, but I think that saying towards the speaker or towards the source of the voice would work better, because he can't really see a voice. He's not peering towards the voice. He's peering towards the source of the voice. But that's a little nitpicky. However, I do really like the setting that you set up in this paragraph. I think that works quite well, that it's like, something's off. And I especially like that even just describing like, hi, we're at an hey yo, we're at an execution. Even that would be an interesting opener and stuff. But like, not only are we at an execution, we're at an execution where things are not as normal. That's extra interesting. And I do really like the realization that the question was meant for him. And I do think in that sense that there is something cool about, like, question. Okay, a lot of thoughts, scanning the square. Wait, are you talking to me? Like, and that does do the challenge. That does do the challenge of, we feel the same, like, hey, wait a second. That he does, because you have the, all the description of the setting and stuff before the realization that, oh wait, you're talking to me. So you definitely feel that. And that works really well. This is quite possibly my favorite paragraph. I like it a lot. And absolutely this is my favorite image here. It's Starvedge cleaving the morning sun. That's so good. It's such a great descriptive thing to do, and like already shows, the power of it through this more like setting symbolic image there. Very cool. And I absolutely love wasn't often you were called good friend in this line of work. That's great too. And I don't know exactly the executioner's reaction, but I could totally imagine him being like, oh, like love and care. I didn't expect this. Like my heart, So that I mean, maybe not love and care, but like not being like mean to him, I guess. So like I love that little detail there. So it's interesting. So this part did seem awkward. The answer to the question did seem awkward, and there are a couple reasons. I guess I'll start sharing the reasons I thought of first, and then I'll go to the reason that I think it is. So a couple of the reasons I thought of were that it's kind of a sense of like, when do you think a man dies? When he dies? When he dies? Or when he dies? I think there's kind of an element of that. There's also kind of an element of like, if you answer that question of like, yes, a man dies when he's fortunate enough to draw his final breath in his wintered years surrounded by loved ones. Well, not everybody, is fortunate enough to draw their final breath in their wintered years surrounded by loved ones. So does that mean that anybody who doesn't experience that doesn't die? However, I think the issue is a lot more simple than that. It's just the fact that the question is separated with a I disagree. So I disagree sounds like he's immediately gonna go into here's why I disagree. That, okay, here's what the executioner's saying when you physically die. And, like, all of these are that. Like, all of these are basically the executioner's silent argument. And so going, like, I disagree with your silent argument, and then starting with his silent argument, I think sounds a bit awkward. I think it would work super well, actually, to just go straight to, like, when do you suppose a man dies? And then, like, you know, the question was meant for him, and then, is it when he's fortunate enough to draw his final breath? I think that would work. Not a problem. People die when they're killed. It's been a while since I heard that one. I do like the images, though. I do like the specificity of the images. I think they're well written. There's a little bit of awkwardness to, like, well, you know this one. I think there's a couple ways to fix it. I think the easiest way to fix it is, you know the one. It's just this one versus the one. It's weird. It's weird how much the it changes things. Just like, oh, you know the one. Works as the, you know, kind of comedic expression. But I think saying, you know, like the one you hold now, like the one standing before me, you could rephrase it more to, like, perhaps when someone, like you, for example, separates their head from their body. I think any of those could work, but I like the idea behind that. Really like he laughed the laugh of a man whose neck wasn't on the block. I think that's great. And then I like his argument. I like his argument of when his name is last spoken. That's always something that struck me ever since watching the Book of Life. You know, the idea. I'm assuming since it's also in Coco that it's like a prevalent belief in Mexico that you die a second death when no one remembers you, when no one speaks your name. And so I've always been, I don't know, that's always been a very striking idea to me, and so I think it works very well here. There's kind of an element here of when the work he begins is completed. Well, you would hope that would happen while someone's still alive. And that they wouldn't just keel over because it happened. But I do like the idea there, at least. I really like the image of when the last echo of his life finds nothing against which to reverberate and scatters the wind. Beautiful image there. Really, really love that. I see the ad coming. Is it more grim time? All right, let's see how silly I can get. You can hear Zote. Super silly. I can get super silly with it. I wish I also had room for that with all three of them. I guess done. That honestly looks like less than I thought it was gonna be. Oh no, I have to have Grimbug. So I can't do this. I don't think he's gonna show up. Nope. I can't do it. I can't do all the lifeblood ones. Oh, I didn't mean to turn around into it. Why you stinky? Because my great friend, the Dung Defender, gave me a glorious Medal of Stink. Take this one out. No, still only one. I guess if I took off the 3 one, I could do both. And the stink hurts people. I do love injuring people with my stench. It's the most fun way to injure people. And I don't have the mark of pride. I have piddly. I have a piddly nail. You went right for me. I was ready to fly. Keep misjudging the distance. There we go. Oh, I should be doing that. I was gonna say, it's still gonna hit me. Oh. Ah! Stop coming right for me in the corner. Oh. I've tried to shadow dash through that. If only I could heal. This would be a great time. Oh, I should have stuck to my guns. Oh, I was gonna jump up to try to scream at him, but I don't think he's actually up there. Nah, thanks, Steven. I think for next time... Oops, don't take Grim off. Can I do... Yeah, we can do that. And then that'll work. Okay. I think that one was better. That seemed like a better round. Okay. Oh, it's not just stink, it's stench. Yes. It is absolutely one of my favorite charms. Well, I'll talk about why it's one of my favorites next time if I remember. Okay, back to story. I really like the description of the spark, that it's not just, they're not, jeering and booing as usual, or jeering and cheering more. But, the executioner feels a spark. There's kind of a dynamic between the executioner and the audience. Like, they maybe kind of like the rush. They like the praise of, the audience being happy about this about to happen, as morbid as that is. And so I like this description of this doesn't feel like a spark. This just feels like a guy is dying, feels like they actually like this guy. Something's wrong. I do like that. And I do like, it shows his, willpower, that even on the chopping block, literally, he turns his head to look at the executioner and keep talking. That kind of shows some of maybe what the deal is with this guy, why the crowd is inspired by him or something. And then I do like the, fret not, I expect I'll live for quite some time yet. That's great, that's powerful. I like the description of it being clean. I'm very curious if the phrasing of a gift he didn't often give is kind of like is this an intentional or an accidental gift? You know, is it like, I don't like this guy, I will tilt my axe and make it take longer? Or is it more like, yeah, you know, this just happened to be a good one. Like, I don't always control where the wind blows the axe. But this one worked out. Just see, it's not just stench, it's rank. Exactly. Oh, it's okay, Ghoulish. But whether it's a gift intentionally given or not, I do like that little detail there. I think that's great. And then I like the last line as well. It works well. So, going back to your questions, oh yeah, so I like it as a cold open. I don't know if I said that before. I do think I agree with your decision to make it the cold open. It's just, you know, moving the line, the executioner, to later, so it doesn't seem like he's the one who spoke, and potentially taking out the I disagree. I think doing those would make it do exactly what you want it to do. I would like more hints or maybe something explicit to show why the crowd feels different about this one. There is merit to the mystery, but I do feel like I'm kind of left going, and I'll say, you know, some of the guesses and stuff later, but I'm kind of left going like, okay, it was different, that's really interesting, but still, why, you know? And then the grinned versus smiling. This is really interesting, because having him grin would have changed the tone a lot, or a good amount, because he seems pretty like pretty genuine, and excuse me, like from the info I have, I don't have any reason to believe he isn't anything other than, like, an actually good guy. That, like, hey, here he is about to die, and, like, he's having a chat with the executioner, and, like, you know, he has this philosophy that makes this not as horrifying as it would be for most people. Like, this is all really interesting, and it doesn't seem villainous or scheming or anything like that. It all seems very genuine. And even if he is some kind of, like, revolutionary or something, he doesn't seem to be an evil revolutionary. And granted, grinning doesn't 100% imply evil, but it does kind of make my brain go, like, oh, like, this seems kind of, like, schemy and villainy. It kind of seems like, hee, you haven't killed me. Like, it kind of makes me think of, is it pronounced Jevil? In Deltarune, that he's like, oh, you think I'm trapped. I'm totally not. You're the ones who are trapped. You know, your minds are not open. So, sort of thing. Like, yeah, if he's grinning, it makes me think of that, more of a Joker or Jevil type character who's like, hee, I will keep living. I have infected the audience. Sort of thing, rather than like, oh, my friend, what I've started, it will continue on. Don't you worry. And, like, sure, that could have some scheminess to it, but, like, I don't know, it just sounds more genuine, more, I don't know. You want out, kitty? I do really like the image of, like, the grin still being on his face in this part. I do think that's more evocative than what you have. What you have works, it's just more of a, like, yep, that happened, and there's not really any embellishment. But yeah, the grin would make that line a lot more punchy, but maybe punchy in the wrong way, depending on how you wanted it. But yeah, like, I don't quite know if, like, this person's a revolutionary. Maybe they're a great writer or artist. Maybe they're, like, a preacher or something. They could be a knight who did really good things for the community. Like, there's a lot of things that they could be that would make the audience not so happy about their death. And of course, like, them thinking that they will live on. In this version, it is a little more ambiguous of like, oh, hey, people love me. And so, like, not just the audience, but just, like, people in general, like, I have, you know, family who love me. They'll keep saying my name. Don't you feel guilty about this. But with the grinning thing, it does seem more like, oh, yeah, like, he really wormed his way into the hearts and minds of the audience. And so, like, oh, he's not dying. And there is, with that, like, kind of this thought of, like, oh, he's gonna haunt the executioner. Whether it be, like, literally he sees that grin in his dreams, or, like, oh, the people are gonna, you know, chase the executioner down for killing him, kind of thing. Much more likely to happen if they're some schemer than if they're just, like, a nice preacher. Which is part of why I think more clues as to why the audience doesn't have that spark would be good, because, like I said, because there's so many different options. So, like, if you wanted that more scheminess to it, then the grin would be good. But if you are looking for more of, like, this seems genuine, it seems like he might indeed be a nice guy, you know, and maybe trying to absolve the executioner of guilt, then I think this works better, you know. Both work, they just are very different tones. Try to keep the emotion by the final line open to interpretation. I just kind of saw it as, like, I don't know, apathetic, I guess, that it's just kind of like, seems dead, but, you know, maybe what he said has some merit. I don't know. I don't really care. I just swing the axe. It's my day job. And so it doesn't really seem like he got into the executioner's head. It's just kind of like, okay, we have different viewpoints. That's fine. Like, you believe that seemed to help you in your final moments. That cool, bro. It was sort of thing. Steven, yeah, I think I should have done more on the crowd. I think on a re-edit, maybe add a hushed, almost reverential atmosphere to the square. I mean, like, that's nice. Like, that gives a little more, but still isn't quite enough to differentiate between those different options all that much. But yes, there's the timer. Oh yeah, I guess the other thing regarding the, like, revolutionary thing is, like, there is a difference between, like, the people love me and they will continue to speak and sing and write my name in the future, versus, like, oh dear executioner, I have started a rebellion that you will never be able to quench. Like, those are two very different things. And so smile is A, grin is B.
Hello. That is a kitty.
Historically, having a clean execution when it comes to beheading could be difficult and messy. Also, there is at least one case on record where a beloved criminal was rescued by the gathered crowd who freed him from the scaffold and chased the executioner down, so the executioner had to go hide in his house from the gathered mob. Yeah, I was thinking that. I was like, if they love him enough, wouldn't they try to stop the execution? But it doesn't seem like they love him enough for that. But, you know, they still could try to kill the executioner after. But I feel like saving the dude would be the... Well, hey! Would be the better goal. You're so cute.
That is the cutest.
I mean, the executioner might not be the one to warn like that. The head executioner of France served both the king, then the various revolutionary governments which followed. Great point, yeah.
Great point, Kit Kat. Gulp.
Alright. But very good story, Stephen. Definitely enjoyed it. let us go on to Spectre. In Sickness and in Health. Small Town Heroes 2009 by Spectre. 348 words. Lucius Morningstar barely kept his anger contained. He didn't often get angry, but right now he was seething. Seething at the circumstances, the unfairness, the fate that was befalling him. His diagnosis had shaken him to his very core. He coughed into a tissue, blood sprinkled on the white sheets. "We can delay it," the doctor said. "Prolong your life, maybe buy you a few extra years." "How many?" Lucius asked. 5, 6 at most. No, that wasn't enough. He needed more time. He needed decades more, a century more. His work wasn't done. His project wasn't done. He couldn't just die like this. Everything he and his wife had worked for, their dream, would come crumbling down without him to maintain it. He needed time to complete their work. And yet, every procedure, every medicine, all of it, would only delay the inevitable. He once looked out over a lifetime measured in centuries. Now, it was cut down to, at best, 6 years. He read further at the doctor's notes beneath the diagnosis. It boiled down to one single horrible essence. His magic was killing him. The very thing that had once promised him longevity was now the cause of his death. "I'm sorry." Lucius looked up at the doctor. The lights in the small room went out in an instant. Even the sun disappeared behind a sheet of darkness. There was one more thing he could try. If he couldn't continue, someone else would have to in his place. He'd promised his wife that he wouldn't. His son wasn't willing, wasn't ready for this burden. "Would you perform a procedure on my son?" Lucius asked. "The one we spoke about before." "If your son is willing," the doctor said, "then yes. Without his consent, however, William wouldn't give it." "Let me rephrase." Lucius's shadow reached out, crawling into the doctor's mind. "You will perform the procedure." The doctor's free will shattered brutally. For his own sake, for the future, it had to be done. If he couldn't live physically, he could live on as a legacy. Those monks and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. You're welcome for the feedback, Steven. I'm glad it was helpful. Steve, yeah, as I wrote that, I was thinking, I'm pretty sure this usually takes a lot of chops, but I took a little historical liberty with the story. Very fair. I can't remember, because I think I read something about, executions being, difficult. I can't remember if I read something about, the executioner themselves could be killed for, doing it wrong, or if, I completely remembered that wrong. But anywho, I love this story, Spectre. I'm so happy that we got to see the reasons behind the other story that we read. Your notes. I took the prompt in a despair direction, with Lucius thinking, I can't die like this. Did that come across? To Lucius believes that he can live on as a legacy, essentially trying to deny himself to death through William. Do you think this take works for the prompt? 3, this is something of a prequel to my Addicted to a Dream submission entitled The Eye. For those who have not read it, were you able to follow without having read it? And for those who have, what do you think of this story in that context? Or any other questions or concerns? Feel free to answer those questions in the chat. I think it's funny that I think we had 3 stories this week that included somebody seething. We had this one, we had, we had this one here, and then there was another one, wasn't there? I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it was only 2. But I was really noticing the word, obviously. I really like that opener. That like, and that falls in line with that previous story where there's that line of like, he'd never. I don't know, he'd never had a certain expression or something like that. That it's that also that I think this conveys it better because I remember critiquing that. But I think that works. That it's like, hey, he didn't often get angry. He's not an angry dude, but he just had really bad news. That sets up the story really well, and I really like the seething at the circumstances, the unfairness, the fate. I think all that's great. You didn't have the words, I don't think, but, if you were able to do, he was seething at the circumstances, seething at the unfairness, seething at the fate befalling him. I think that would have done the challenge, that it's like, oh yeah, you really feel with that repeated seething, especially with that word, that it's like a hiss of a snake, that you feel the ramp up of emotion with that. I think that would have worked even better than what you already have. And then I like the simplicity of the prompt that is just like, yep, he got a diagnosis that he's dying, and like it works really well and in that simplicity, and I like that there's a fantasy to that, but we'll get there. So I don't know if this is just me, but with the intro and then blood sprinkled on white sheets and stuff like that, I actually thought that he was remembering the doctor's words, that he was on like his own bed, at night or something, and that like he's remembering what the doctor had said and stuff like that. I don't know if that was just a me problem, but I do think, that saying something more obvious like, blood sprinkled on the white hospital sheets or just the hospital sheets, or something, would have been a little more clear. This is not a memory. This is literally where he is. I guess part of it might be that you phrased it as his diagnosis had shaken him. And so had is the pluperfect. It's the in the past of the past, this happened. And that might be why I thought it was a memory. So I guess if you'd said, his diagnosis shook him to his very core, that might better convey the diagnosis was right now, he's shook right now. And then I think it works well of, 5, 6 or most, no, it's not enough. Like I can really feel that desperation there. And I do like the, he needed more time, decades more, a century more. His work wasn't done, his project wasn't done. I feel that spiral in the choppiness of the sentences and stuff. I think that works really well. Yeah, I thought tuberculosis too! Yeah, when I saw the coughing onto the sheets, I was like, yep, John Green has taught me about this. Everything is tuberculosis. And so I guess kind of speaking of that, when I first read that, he needed decades more, a century more, I thought this was either like, I thought it was basically like hyperbole, that he's like, no, I need more time, I need decades more, I need a century more, and he knows he can't have a century more, but he'd like to. Excuse me. He'd like to have as much time as he could. I didn't realize from just this one that that's literally what he was expecting. Like he literally could have a century. I don't quite know how to, convey it without breaking up the flow too much. I can try and think. It's difficult because, like, if there's some way to put the magic in earlier, then I think that would... I think that would help. But, like, it's so... The story's pretty tight. The story is pretty... well done as is, that like it when I try to think of how to add the magic in, it feels like it would break things up or add too many words. Interesting that he says he and his wife like their partners. I definitely thought he was the main, person working on it and his wife supported him, not that they worked together. So that's really interesting development. And then this is really interesting of like, oh, without me, like, it will never happen. And it's like, well, bud, depending on what your dream is, other people could continue it and complete it without you. It sucks, but like, it doesn't mean that the dream would come crumbling down without you. It makes me think of like, what is that? How was it phrased? I think it's in the episode 3 of Arcane where like Jace says something about like the hex deck. It might even be like him correcting from like magic to hex deck and stuff like that. But it's pretty clear like he wants the credit, like he wants, you know, his name on it and stuff like that. And I remember talking quite a bit about that, and so this kind of reminds me of that it's not just, oh hey, this will help the world, this is a good thing, I'd like it to happen even if I can't be alive to see it. It's like, no, I have to be there, my name has to be on it, my face has to be the one presenting it, you know. I think that really conveys his character well. And then I really like that you continue with this, like, choppy isn't the right word for it, but like continuing with the every procedure, every medicine, all of it. Like it continues, like it feels like a snowball rolling down the hill, which again, like that really does the challenge super well. And so I like that a lot. And then we get to, he once looked at a lifetime measured in centuries. Now we know it's real. I guess you could just put it earlier. Yeah, actually. That could work. Let me read that. How many? Lucius asked. 5, 6 at most. Every procedure, every medicine, all of it would only delay the inevitable. He once looked out over a lifetime measured in centuries. Now it was cut down to, at best, 6 years. No, that wasn't enough. He needed more time. He needed decades more, a century more. His work wasn't done. His project wasn't done. He couldn't just die like this. Everything he and his wife had worked for, their dream, would come crumbling down without him to maintain it. He needed time to complete their work. He read further at the doctor's notes beneath the diagnosis. Yeah, I think that would work. That would clarify that. It would make a century more not be as punchy, but it would clarify that the century is real. And then I do think that this is really helpful in knowing why he is as desperate as he is. Because there is kind of a question of like, okay, like, why can't he like think about this a little bit more and maybe not do the procedure right away? Like maybe think about like asking William a little bit more or finding some other way before you do this. And like I do think that this really helps if like if he thought he was going to live centuries, 6 years is going to feel like 6 minutes and he's going to feel like it needs to be done now, you know, kind of thing. And I like him kind of snooping on the doctor's notes. And then I really like the reveal that his magic's killing him. I think that's a really interesting idea for a sickness. I am curious to learn more about that. And again, really makes sense for what happens to poor William back there. But yeah, so that's super dramatic and interesting. I like it a lot. And then that makes sense that it's what promised him longevity. I'm super curious why that failed, why it's causing his death. And I like this kind of, he's not going to like a witch to get his diagnosis. He's going to a doctor, but getting a magical diagnosis. I like that blend of like our modern society, and, you know, a fantasy society, which I think is kind of the small town heroes setting. I'm curious about this. I kind of feel like this would make more sense to go with this. So I'm curious why he did the whole darkness magic, just on I'm sorry, unless that like really set him off. Or if like, you know, he doesn't want anybody else to hear about like, would you perform a procedure on my son? And he like wants it to be secret. But, you know, ain't people gonna know when he performs the procedure? So, yeah, I'm not really sure why he does this huge darkness magic. And, in fact, this is such a big deal, that this feels a lot weaker compared to it. And then it makes sense that that's his conclusion, that he's like, you know, okay, I can't do it, but at least, you know, someone related to me can, you know. And then I like mentioning, hey, it's the one we spoke about before. I'm curious to any newcomers, where you kind of like, what do you mean the procedure? What procedure? What does this have to do with anything? I don't think I fully know the procedure yet, other than, like, it gives him a new eye, and I think the eye has magic in it. Maybe Lucius's magic in it. But, you know, I know more than a newcomer to this story would. I was gonna say. So, you know, as a newcomer, did you feel like you needed more info than just the procedure? Or did that work just fine? Good doctor. He's a good guy, making sure he gets consent. You know, I totally thought this was gonna be like an evil doctor in Lucius's pocket, and so I like that he's like, oh yeah, like, no, not if he says no. You know, I guess he does get put in Lucius's pocket by the end, but not of his own free will. And then I really like the power, and spooky villainousness of, like, let me rephrase, you will perform it. I might italicize the word will, but, you know, I still got what it was. Because, you know, without the italics, then it can easily read as like, okay, you know, will you perform a procedure? Let me rephrase. You'll perform a procedure. You know? Rather than you will perform a procedure. But that works very well. That's very, you know, powerful, spooky, villainous. Love the phrasing of the doctor's free will shattered brutally. I love these images of, like, the shadow reaching, crawling, and breaking something inside him. That's super evocative. That instead of it being like, oh yes, he took control, he puppeteered, it's like, let me get in there, let me get your free will, and break it. Like, that's super powerful. And then, yeah, the last line works really well. Yep, so I definitely got his desperation very well. It's interesting because, like, I'm pretty sure despair and desperation are, like, the same thing, but I often think of them as, like, slightly different, as despair is, like, why me? And, like, hopelessness, and desperation is, like, I will do anything to get what I want. Like, this is my only option. I gotta do this, you know, sort of thing. It's the same emotion, but, like, that I kind of think of different expressions of that emotion. And so, like, it didn't really feel like a, no, why me, kind of despair, but it did feel like a, I will do anything, you know, to fix this, kind of desperation, for sure. He believes he can live on his legacy, trying to deny himself to death through William. I think that works for the prompt, for sure. Even without the part about William, it works. That desperation alone, for me at least, fulfills the prompt, because it's like, no, I can't die like this. What? That is the prompt, you know? And then I have read it, so I can't really answer the other one. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. So the title isn't bad, and, like, yeah, he do be sick. But I do feel like the title's a little bit misleading, because this is, of course, like, in marriage vows, like, I'll be with you in sickness and in health. And so it kind of sets up that this is at least going to be a story about his relationship with his wife, that she's going to factor in some important way into the story. And she's just, like, mentioned once, I think, once or twice. Not really important. You could also think that it's like a romantic story from that title. It's not that, for sure. And so it's not, like, totally off base, but I do feel like it sets up my expectations wrong, if that makes sense. But I really enjoyed this story. Let's see what folks have been saying. TBD, to be determined, tuberculosis D. Mako, it's honestly wild to think of a project that takes centuries. Sure, a lot of what we've accomplished is built on what others have done, but so much is generally done in, well, less than a century. What has this guy been doing that takes many hundreds of years? Yeah, I mean, that's part of a question of, like, has he already lived centuries, or was he just promised that he would live centuries, but he's lived a normal human life? And, like, if it's the latter, is it kind of like he misunderstood his magic? That he was like, yes, I will do the magic. It'll be great. I'll live for centuries. And then the magic is like, you thought, you know? Or has it kept him alive for a long time? And his desperation is makes even more sense if he already has lived for centuries. He's like, what? I already have done all this, and now I'm gonna die now? In 2009? Well, 6 years later than 2009. But yeah, that's super fair that it's like, what? Why will it take centuries? It kind of makes me think of, like, I was watching a video the other day where these travel YouTubers that I watch saw this temple, and the temple was on the bank of the Nile, or around the bank of the Nile, and it got buried. And so it was only within, I think they said, it was like the last 30 or 50 years that it was excavated, and like it took, you know, decades to excavate. And like that's such a weird thing to think about, of like, you know, we live in a time where we can see this temple along the bank of the Nile, but like people 20 years ago, that was their whole life of like, I hope one day that I will get to see this, you know, unearthed. You know, it's just wild to think about those kinds of things. But yes, we keep telling you it's not magic, it's radiation. That's great. It's my magic. Oh no, bro, you've been shooting yourself with X-rays to do your so-called magic. Maybe stop that. Yes, I thought this story was greatly enjoyed it. Love seeing answers to my questions for the other story. I really like this character of yours. Really curious to read more about him in general. All right, it is time to announce the prompt for next week. So get out those drummy rollies. Don't know why I've never done that before. In third place, with 18 votes, is a tie. A tie between What Have I Done and Beauty is the Beast. Funny, Beauty is the Beast was winning there, so I totally thought it was second. I didn't realize until now it was tied for third. Both great prompts, but not our winners. In second place, with 19 votes, is The Beauty of Being Broken. It rises in the ranks. But our winner, with 21 votes, is Chosen One by Accident. You know, I like this prompt. As someone who, you know, has a chosen one and plays with the tropes of chosen ones, I like a prompt that encourages you to play around with that trope and stuff. Not surprised that it won pretty quickly. So let's talk about the more, like, literal takes, and then I can talk what I was talking about like picking a word and using like more metaphorical stuff. So, like, you know, as I said before, this is a fantasy trope. A lot of fantasy stories have it, that you have, oh yes, this farm boy is actually the chosen one sent to destroy the Demon King, or whatever. And so, this is talking about that and using it in more of a, well, it could be silly, it could not be. But the idea is that you are chosen by accident. And it's kind of a juxtaposition within the prompt itself, that you're chosen by accident. Of course, like, one of the first things that I think of is Kung Fu Panda, when Tigress is about to be chosen by Master Oogway, and, like, truly chosen based on her skill, and then Po literally falls from the sky in front of his finger, and he becomes the chosen one just because he fell, he used those fireworks and fell down at the exact right moment, you know. And then of course that was a discussion in the movie, that Shifu is like, you know, that was an accident, and Uguay's like, there are no accidents. And you could use that in your story too. You could have one character certain it was an accident, and another person being like, no, they were truly chosen by the fates, sort of thing. Yeah, so you it's basically someone who wasn't supposed to be chosen. Were you kidding? That, you know, they got in the way of the choosing, you know, or it could be, you know, just like some random dude walking by Excalibur and being like, cool sword, and pulling it out. I can't remember how he actually pulls it out. Or, no, he doesn't pull Excalibur out of the stone. It's a different sword. But, you know, just being... Yeah, he does. It is kind of like... He's not chosen by accident, you know, of course. But I'm remembering now that he, like, grabs it for his brother, right? His brother needs a sword, and he just grabs it out of the stone. He's like, yeah, there was one sitting there in the stone. And they're like, Arthur, where'd you get that? You know? So you could go even harder on that it's like, yeah, I found this cool sword. It's like, do you know what that sword signifies, Billy Bob? Then I can cut things now. No. Let's see. I'm trying to think that, because, like, I'm sure there's so many different specific, like, literal scenarios you could go with it, but of course now I'm starting to draw a blank. Because I do think that, like, methods of picking the chosen one that are more inanimate, you know, like a sword, do work better for this kind of thing, that... Now I'm just imagining, like, a fantasy kingdom having a wheel, and they're like, this wheel has all your names on it. It will choose the chosen one. And then it chooses, you know, some scraggly little weirdo. I don't know. And definitely, like, that can be part of how you do with it. Like, that also can be like, oh no, the wheel picked wrong. No, this is the wheel of fate. This is fate, you know, sort of thing. But I guess I'll just go to the metaphorical stuff. But with what I was saying before about, okay, what happens if your universe doesn't have a chosen one? And in fact, you don't want to have a chosen one in your universe. How do you do this? Well, how can you use these words in ways that aren't just the chosen one trope? Well, the main word that I can see as can have many meanings is chosen. Because sure, we have our trope of the chosen one, but there's also, like, you know, in Toy Story, the I have been chosen thing with the little alien dudes. There's that thing that people talk about, you know, a cat landing on their lap, sitting on their lap, and they're like, I have been chosen. You know, it can be that. It doesn't have to be, you are the chosen one who will you save the kingdom. It can just be like, I have been chosen. The cat landed on me. And then the cat's like, oh, wrong lap. You know, oops, that was an accident. Sort of thing. I accidentally fell on you. Or, you know, in the claw machine that, like, the kid wanted a different toy and chose this toy instead. They're the chosen toy by accident. That sort of thing. So you can think about all the different ways that someone might be chosen. Someone or even something. Because one doesn't have to be a person. One can be a thing. It can be like, all right, what snack do I want today? Like, I think I want chips. And then you reach your hand in and, like, you hit, you know, the almonds instead of the chips. And it's like, you are the chosen snack by accident. Kind of thing. So yeah, you definitely don't have to, like, just use the fantasy trope. And then, like, you could maybe even be a little more literal with the accident thing, that it could be like, I don't know, somebody gets in a car accident and somehow that leads to them being the chosen one, you know, be it, you know, an urban fantasy where, like, the car accident shows they're the chosen one, or be it like, you are chosen for this experimental surgery, you know, to help with your accident. Because by your accident, you have been chosen for this surgery. Sort of thing. Oh, those are cute little drum rolls. The radiation thing make Lex Luthor carrying around a glowing green alien rock in his pocket just in case, and then being surprised it gave him cancer. Indeed. Yes, I suppose I did write a novel, The Accidental King, about the wrong guy pulling the sword from the stone. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't know what you're talking about, the Gordian knot. Mako. Ooh, shit. I just remembered in Dragon Riders of Pern, someone sneaks into the dragon nest before the eggs hatch and gets picked to be a rider by one of the hatchlings. Much to the chagrin of the person who didn't get picked, because there was now one more person than eggs. Yeah, that's very fair. That works quite well. Yeah, now I'm thinking of, like, thief situations where, yeah, like, maybe you just go in to get a dragon egg to steal, to, like, pawn off in the black market or something, and then the dragon's like, you are the Dragon King, or at least you are my rider. Oh, man, like, the bird, like, oh, what is that called? I can't remember, but the fact that, like, when birds look at you, the first person they look at when they hatch, they're like, that's mom. That totally works super well with the chosen one idea. That you just, like, picked up a bird nest or, like, tried to put an egg back up in its nest because it fell. Well, I guess it might break if it fall. But if it didn't break, if it fell, and then it hatches and they're like, you are chosen. It's like, didn't mean to do that. And that you could use that for other creatures like dragons and stuff, too. It could, this is really opening up avenues. Now I'm thinking of, like, how you choose friends, right? That I could totally imagine friends having a dynamic of, like, you are the chosen one, you are my chosen best friend, and it's like, I just, like, I dropped my ice cream and you picked it up with me, like, I don't, I don't know you. But yeah, like, people can become friends, you know, by accident or because of an accident or something like that, and then you can feel like, yes, you are my chosen friend and my chosen bestest friend after, you know, our accidental meeting kind of thing. But you could use that for so many different relationships, right? You could use that for a romantic relationship, that it's like, you will be my partner, I will marry you. And it's like, I can't believe we met in this accidental way. Or, an accidental proposal. Like, I was reading a Tifu story the other day about somebody who, like, I can't remember all the context, but he was like, there was a reason that the joke made sense, but he basically made a joke proposal in Home Depot, and his girlfriend actually said yes. And so you could totally use that it's like, oh yes, you have been chosen to be my husband. Actually, I was kneeling by accident, you know, that kind of thing. That would work so well. Even something like, you know, having a one-night stand with someone in the bar that you just, like, ran into someone drunk by accident, and they're your chosen partner for the night, you know, kind of thing. It could be, like, what's a better example of this? I don't know, like, this is not a great example, but, like, if you have your, like, regular massage therapist, but then, like, the rooms get mixed up or something, or maybe the doctor might be a better example, like, you have your regular doctor, and then, like, the rooms get mixed up, or like, I don't know, you hear the instructions wrong, and then you get a different doctor, and it's like, you're the chosen doctor by accident, you know, kind of thing. It reminds me of a funny Funky Doodles comic of two fairies who basically just talk to random children who wander into a fantasy world and tell the child, you're the chosen one, and send them off to fight the Dark Lord. Probably to their deaths. One fairy says to the other privately later, we should stop doing this. The other replies, eventually we'll get it right. And then the rest is just the adventures of these two fairies. Yes, absolutely. So that could be it too, that it's a lie. Then instead of it being like, the wheel will choose the chosen one, I think the wheel chose wrong. It could be like, lying, oh yes, you're totally the chosen one. But, you know, it's not even real. It's not even a thing. I'm trying to think how to get the accident part in there. Because, like, they could befall an accident, but does that quite fit the prompt? I'm not quite sure. It's the choosing happens by the accident, you know, or that's part of it. I guess it would be maybe them falling into the world. It would be the accident that you know, befalls them that makes them the chosen one. You trip carrying a tray of cupcakes and they all land icing down except one, the chosen cupcake. Yeah, totally. You have an accident and then one is a chosen. Cupid messed up. Yeah, you could do Cupid accidentally shooting the wrong person and making the wrong people fall in love. Totally. Isekai week, potentially. Any chat in the stream chat? The thing is, Garlock has tons of chosen ones. That's always a good thing. Yeah, that can be part of it too, that instead of there being one chosen one, there's a bunch of chosen ones. Or that could be the accident. The accident is a bunch of chosen ones were chosen. I've never read The Lottery by Shirley Jackson, but Wolf says it's absolutely terrifying by someone to be chosen by accident there. Fair enough. What about a chosen course of action? I reached into the freezer for another popsicle. I missed. I missed. Grabbed another popsicle. I passed out. Yeah, so a chosen course of action could work. I don't know if that was meant to be an example of it, or if you were just riffing on what I was saying about the almonds and stuff. But yeah, that it could be like, I chose this plan, you know, through accident. That it's like, we are going to go through this part of the country because I tripped and went the wrong way. You know, that kind of thing. The one that the prophecy spoke of has been found, the writer in the afterlife. That's not a prophecy, you idiots. Oh, you talking about the cabbage? The cabbage, the one of the prophecy spoke of. Amazing. See, I'm dang it now, I want to do a second story. Gosh, you put your lips to mine, Delia, and gosh, those lips are meant for my wife. Oh, incredible. Oh, that sounds great. I mean, you can. You're a cocoon, so you can write more. In the lottery, the chosen one gets stoned, like, biblically, for a good harvest. Oh, yeah, that wasn't thinking about that. But yeah, the chosen one doesn't have to be a hero. The chosen one could be the chosen sacrifice, and that would be a terrible thing to be chosen by accident for, absolutely. Alright. Thanks for that, Ghoulish. Alrighty, Rue. Well, hopefully... Oh, let me see. Let me read it on my phone first. Yeah, we can talk about it. So Deathshead says, I guess I'll answer here, and maybe this can be spoken of after the prompt reveal or open with comments. Most of the series I write for do not have chosen ones, accidental or otherwise, and most of them are philosophically opposed to the existence of such a figure. So far for this one, I've got a story about Servos. I can't remember if that's Servos or Caravos. I guess it used to be a K, so I guess it's Caravos. Who's the one I could sort of squeeze into fitting the prompt. An idea for a story about Dorgu and Mulry discussing a chivalric romance about a chosen one character who's fictitious within the context of the fiction, and maybe something within my new setting of the Zithonian sword. I might go back to the well and dredge up another one, but pickings are pretty slim for me on this one, which is what it is. Not every prompt will be equally inspiring or fitting. It is notable to me, though, how diametrically opposed this one is for the most of what I do with my writing. Mako suggests, what about something with Valerie and Dorgu's chosen one, person they want to marry, or vice versa, how they basically met by chance. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I hope that my discussion here helped give you more ideas, but I absolutely think there's so many different ways that you can go besides the normal fantasy one, so like I'd have to think more to know for sure, but it could be like Califrax gambling and he thinks he's found, like, I don't know, a lucky coin or a lucky mug or something that but it's because, like, the coin fell on the floor in an accident or something like that, that it's like, you're the chosen one, you will bring me luck. Kind of thing. Could be the romance thing with Dorgu and Mallory that let's use for a bit. That, you know, when they are together, that they could be talking about how they met by accident, but they do choose each other. Ooh, like Valerie could be thinking, like, well, I don't know exactly how. I don't know if Valerie is, like, super proud of her wolf heritage, or if she's ever, like, ashamed of it or anything. But if she's ever ashamed of it, then she could be like, how could you choose me? Like, and then he could be like, well, I do. Well, you're great. I guess it could be something about, like, the curse, that it's like, hey, like, if we get married, like, you know, I'm sharing the curse with you. Like, do you choose that? Do you still choose me, knowing that? That does make the accident thing a little less there, but again, that could go back to, like, how they met. It could be Ulrika and Earl boy. They met by accident, right? So, like, you could have a scene of just them, like, you know, cuddling or something, and they talk about how they're each other's chosen people, but they met by accident, you know, kind of thing. It could be, I still don't think I've read your jousting story, but maybe it, like, Califrac wanted, like, a certain horse for, like, a jousting tournament, but he got a different one because of a mix-up, you know, something like that. Or that could go for a lot of different, like, jobs that he does, that it could be like, I wanted this for the job, but there was a mix-up and this happened, so you're chosen now. sort of thing. Would Salacia and Aphron, would they say that they met by accident and they definitely chose each other? And that works pretty well because like they fit each other perfectly, and so they totally are like chosen ones for each other in a couple different ways, and you could say they met by accident. And Aphron falling is an accident. So yeah, that works super well in a lot of different ways. But she's incredibly proud of being a whiff wolf. Fair enough. That is in line with what I've read so far. But yeah, so hopefully that gives you more ideas that you can work with your characters and everything. Anyone else gonna post a springtime story? Cooler says, I'm gonna try, but I'm barely over halfway to the word minimum. You can do it. Give Wolf your cheerleader wolfies. I definitely plan to do it. If it doesn't happen, I don't know. I guess I was too tired to post or something, but I have something. I wrote something, so as long as I can get it in, I have a thing. But anywho, who do you guys want me to raid? Kitty, you're so cute. I want to show you to the people. You're adorable. Oh yes, the backups. If you're not right here on stream, you're not out of luck because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. You can submit, they happen in the writing group chat, the reading group voice chat, and the backup queue. You can submit your story to the backup queue. Right now, it's first come, first serve, so whoever goes first gets served first. And there's a lot more back and forth discussion in the voice, so definitely worth joining if you want more feedback on your stories. Join us or else you will not be chosen. This is a bit. Oh, that's great. It's unfortunate that my camera always covers up the lanterns, because I feel like let's see how easy it is to turn off my camera. Oh yeah, good enough. Yeah, see, the lanterns match the butterflies best out of everything else in the picture, but they're the most covered up part in all the versions of this. There's a bunch of man-wolf lore that's been posted over the last few months. Lady Winter Author is live. Who is Lady Winter Author? Have we rated them before or not? I see Double Blind D is streaming. No, wait. Yeah, I feel like the yellow is a little overpowering on the 8001. I think it works better on the 4001. So maybe I'll try and make the 8001 a little bit more of an orange like those moths. As in cynicephaly or lycanthropy or a mix. Well, if we have not rated Lady Winter before, I feel like we should, raid a new person. Try to spread the word of the archive, I guess. To more people. Right, kitty cat? Alright. Jump Moth Archive flyers, indeed. Flyers? They're just they look like moths. Alright, it's been a lovely stream. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. I certainly have. And thank you so much for unlocking all the stories. That was so awesome. I'm so happy that that happened. I loved reading all these stories to you guys. And yeah, so I'll see you guys next time. Do we hope to be chosen or do we hope to be not chosen with this prompt? I don't know. I'll see you all next time, where I fear many of us will be accidentally chosen. Goodbye.